thigh. Right in my leg. Let's see. What are you doing? Why are you stabbing my leg, Jaina? You need to get a groom. Your nails are too sharp and pokey. We don't need pokey, Jaina. There we go. Delete that. There we go. So many little things, Janie. With your claws in my leg. Oh yeah, I was like, wait, there's something I was forgetting. It was because I was crashing out. And it's still beginning! How are we still in the beginning? How is there still beginning? Calm down a little. I can't calm down! They're still in the beginning! This can't be right. This says middle. I don't know why this says beginning. What? Whatever, I guess. Whatever. Calm down. No way, Jose. Not until you all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it. Our intrepid reporter refused to give up, even in face of repeated stonewalling from the crew. Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people, or we'll have to ask you to. You cops have got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Torosaurus run wild. She's still on that? They're both still on that? Hoping to have the fact that they bred the menace themselves, the stabbing desperately to their story? Yeah, they're still going for it, alright? Look, we're really not breeding anything. This is a movie set. It's the Jaina set. This is Jaina's world and I just live in it. You're a Junie. See, says the girl who told me she's seen Gordy with her own danged eyes. I saw something, but that doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here. Alright, break it up. Gosh, this whole cast and crew is getting so out of hand numbers-wise. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth! And she just gets assistant? She doesn't get penny nickels? Oh, and Sean! Y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too? No, we're on the trail of a criminal. Like she says. The darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. That is to say, a killer is no different from a monster, really. Agent Lang, this is highly irregular. Sir, we can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. There's too many witnesses for this man. No one saw anything and there's too many witnesses. Where's the body? Where's the autopsy report? That we haven't got yet. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Is he even really dead? Who knows? Let's start by summing up the facts. President Wang's body was discovered here this morning. Okay, his body was- wait, what did our preliminary information say? Can we- Okay, so there was something that Miles said when we first investigated the body that was really suspicious to me. It was something along the lines of, he sure looks dead. Something along those lines. I can't remember exactly what it was. I wish I could. It doesn't say here in the crime scene notes. We haven't got the autopsy report, so we have no real information. Yeah, you know what? It's crazy too. There's a lot of irregular evidence. I feel like some of this is gonna get cleaned out here soon, because there's just no way all of this can still be relevant. Absolutely not. But I wish I could remember what Miles had specifically said. I feel like I can go back through the history very far. I mean, they let you go back to a degree. But if you're an idiot like me and you keep messing things up, it's just the same radiant dialogue again and again. Okay, President Wang's body was discovered here this morning. He hadn't been seen since the night before last. Guess he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, I remember correctly. So he was missing for a day. Over a day. The last person to see him was alive was you, Judge Gaville, on the roof of the big building. Oh. Was that not the last person to see him alive? Wait. Yeah, there's definitely no way the kid was with them, so it must have been a separate instance. Why did the two of you arrange to meet? I'm sorry, but I can't say. Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder? Why? Why can't you tell us? Please, Judge Gaville. We're trying to help you.
Knock him back!
Why is the kid sweating? She can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm going to prove it.
Objection!
You said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Gaville's meeting with the president and then? Yeah, day and a half is not, like, a short period of time. That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down? Sean Fenn! Oh, calling out the kid! Me? We know you were here on the set last night. That's true, we have the tape. You were... Sean? We have testimony from the woman over there and forensic evidence from the footprints that proves it. Came back to run your lines, right? What? You were spying on me? I'm sorry. I was just making sure you were okay. It was late. I was worried about you. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to worry about me. This whole backpack is full of milk? Sean, that's no way to talk to an adult. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant. Sorry. I told you before, I won't have you speaking to people that way. Wow, this is a whole new Judge Gaville. Mom Gaville. Seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law. Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must... Oh, it's a whole lecture. An entire lecture. And I will want you to remember that, alright? Can we get on with the investigation now? I haven't even had like a fade to black to indicate how long this has been going on. Of course, forgive me. I don't think I've ever seen her so passive about anything. I guess Shitagil, the mother, will take a little getting used to. Is she? She can't be the mother! She can't. Either someone is lying about the relationship, or someone is lying about an age. Mature for his age with a menacing to me. What if he's not 13? If he was more like 8? I could see 8. I could definitely see 8. But 13 and then 26, maybe if she was more... At least 30. At least 30. Oh, jeez. See, I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed. And by who. And I don't care what it takes, I'm going to find out. I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. Alright, Sean. Perhaps you could tell us what happened last night. Fine by me, I've got nothing to hide. Oh, puppies, what are you licking, Jaina? Yeah, what are you doing? Is that your paw? That's okay if it's your paw. Just don't chew my legs. You've done that before. I don't trust you. I don't trust you at all. Okay, so testimony on Sean now. I had a bad day yesterday. I messed up a couple takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice. And that's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine. Nothing happened. You've been rehearsing late in the night again? But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said that you were at the hotel. You called him? And which hotel? Not the big building. Around what time? Must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night. Oh, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set. Okay, so far I believe that they have a relationship. Especially since they have all these rules. They obviously know each other. She disciplines him like a parent. So she's probably a paternal figure to Sean. But it almost feels like either Ace Attorney Capcom or whoever localized this was not really understanding what these ages should have been for this to have worked out. So you lied to me. What else is he lying about if he's sorry? Oh, now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though. Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. For a child alone late at night, anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case. But he said nothing happened, right? He did, although I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth. Okay. Hold it! You're scheduled to shoot the same scene with the same setups. So you wanted to rehearse your lines in preparation for the reshoots. Yeah, I caused enough trouble for everybody messing things up the first time around. I wasn't about to do that again. I'm a pro. One can only admire his dedication and his sense of responsibility to his coworkers. Sean takes his work so seriously. He's a real inspiration to everybody. Even the takes he said he messed up, it wasn't like that was an actual problem. He just wanted to make them as good as they could be. He always says that even a tiny bit better is Shut up. Why do you always have to say stuff people don't need to hear? Oh, sorry, Sean. He could maybe work on his people skills a little more. Anyways, as I was saying... Oh, Jaina. Jaina just has a lot of problems. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice. That's what I did. It's that simple. What can we look at? We can look at the rehearsal tape. We see Sean, and that bag was... Oh gosh, where was it? We've seen that bag in the back before. It's not here now. I think it was in the closet of... I think it was in the closet of Winter's house when we found Eustace. I think it was. It's not like I haven't done it before. Nothing happened. Are you sure about that? What do you mean? Of course I'm sure. Just a regular evening, nothing out of the ordinary. Huh? A regular evening? How can you say that? Somebody was... Okay, he's just a child. You mustn't be too hard on him. Nothing happened. Really. Nothing to do with the case anyway. At least, that's what it sounds like he wants us to believe. But wait, don't we have some evidence related to what happened last night? We do. We also don't have time to be humoring the lives of a child. Let's use what we have to point out the contradiction in his testimony. Okay, I have a thought. I'm gonna say it really quick. Now, we have the tape that shows him there and him not there. And that could be what they're trying to refer to. Now... It might also be the monster footprints, because they weren't there the day before, so if they're doing reshoots, why would they add feet? Why would they add something to the shot that wasn't supposed to be there? Wouldn't they wait? Again, we don't have time of death, we don't have anything about the crime scene. Well, the Torosaurus fell, we know that, but I don't think Sean could get it up. Even the assistant said that she would struggle, and she's a 20-year-old adult woman. Sean is 13, but he has a very slim physique. Ooh. How rude. That's a bad bot. That's a very bad bot. So I don't think he could have lifted the items himself. The chain was cut? That doesn't seem relevant here. But nothing happened is super vague. It wouldn't be any of this, thankfully. Didn't see the president pass through. I'm gonna go with the obvious and see what happens. Objection! Okay, it was the obvious. Sometimes it's so nice when it's just that easy. I was really overthinking it, which I tend to do. But it's so nice when when it's just that easy. Nothing happened. I'm sorry, but you're lying. This proves it beyond a doubt. Wait, how did you... That's right, your rehearsal tape. What? You have video footage from last night? We do, and if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. There's a footprint there. Okay, so they are going over the footprint stuff because it's in the video. Thankfully, I like to see that. There is, and I'm sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set. Sean, why would you keep this from me? No reason. Maybe you didn't think anything of it? Liar, that stuff might not work on your mommy, kid, but it's not gonna work on me. Why did you hide the tape? Sean, you have to tell us. Look, I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like- yeah, again, he's 13, if he really is supposed to be 13. Wouldn't you be a little embarrassed? Like, yeah, you're a big movie star, but a tape of you rehearsing for reference would be a bit hard at that age. Maybe when you're in your 20s and 30s and you've been doing it for a while, it's like, it means nothing to see yourself on film anymore. But he's probably still struggling even if he wants to be an actor. It's like, it's weird to see, and it's a little uncomfortable. I get it. Let's see. So you were embarrassed, is that it? Yeah, again, very understandable for a 13-year-old child. Yeah. What's so weird about that? That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence? Sean, how could you? And now you're all ganging up on him. That's not fair. Again, he's 13. He even looks younger. Everyone's just being so mean to the kid. Give me a break. You know about it, don't you? Sure, the footprints were there, but I just ran my lines and went home. That was it. What? And nothing about the giant monster footprint struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint. On the set of a giant monster movie. Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, he wouldn't think anything of it. He's not privy to all the stuff that they're setting up or doing at one time. And that's not to say that the shot happened here that he was rehearsing for. He was in a different area, and this was just the closest camera he could get access to. It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here. I don't buy it for a second, Cheap. There's something hinky about this kid. I'm sure as I'm standing here. Dang Skippy there is. He's hiding a scoop on them there horns, or my name ain't Lotta Heart. Well, no, he is definitely hiding something, but that's all very reasonable, to say the least. Oh, shut up, Bodhi. I'm not talking. No, you're not. What? The footprint isn't the only strange thing about that night. What other unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening? The Taurosaurus head falling?
Take that!
Yes! The model of the Taurosaurus head fell from the rooftop of that trailer last night. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that? I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? I told you. I ran my lines, I went home, that was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Are you trying to say you can prove I know something? Sadly not. It's entirely possible the head fell after Sean left. No proof, huh? Then this conversation's over. Let me tell me he doesn't want to talk about last night any more than is absolutely necessary. What is he hiding? Hold it right there. What is it, Agent Lang? So it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Frosty. Hey, ex-prosecutor. This footage backs up my theory nicely. What? There was something else on the tape? Yep. Look closely. See the costume up in the top left? Look at the bag. Oh yeah, the Taurosaurus suit. Something's different. It's open. Do you see it? I'm not sure. He's just kind of hanging out and looking a little saggy. Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight. The zipper? Huh? That's... yeah. I guess you all see it now, right? On the tape, the zipper is wide open. Why? Because somebody's inside the suit, that's why. Or a body could have been inside the suit. What? Mr. Powers, that zipper, what can you tell us about it? Oh, well, it's always closed up tight when the suit isn't in use. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And do you remember something else I said not too long ago? Let me refresh your memory. What if your friend Gaville pushed the president out of the big building the night before last, and then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere? Here? But where? There are all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you could hide it anywhere. I mean, hey, I'm with this one with Lang. He seems like he knows what he's talking about. He's found a fair share of bodies in weird spots. And then come back a day later, last night, in other words, and take it out again. But the question becomes, I mean, I don't know if Gaville has weights and measurements online. Height and weight, maybe. Because the president, he was a big dude in multiple ways. Let's see. It's attorney, Judge Gaville. Height. Because sometimes Japanese games and manga will put out height and weight for characters. I don't know if they'll do it for Ace Attorney, but it would be good to know. Get a baseline here. Okay, this one at least has height. Let me see if I can see Judge Gaville. I'm just trying to make the point of I don't think it'd be possible for her to lift the president. See, is the president on this list? Okay, Will Powers and Gumshoe are 6 feet. Crazy. And so is Shelly the Killer. But then how tall is Miles? 5'9" for Phoenix. Pathetic Miles? No, Miles is a little bit taller at 5'10". But then... Okay, this is every Ace Attorney character, but this must not be for, like, this Ace Attorney. Yeah, it's like base Ace Attorney. Okay, nothing that I'm seeing, which is really unfortunate. Dang, I was really hoping I could have something, at least a little something for Gavil. I don't think the wiki website would have it. Okay, then I'm just gonna assume she's like a standard, like 5'6", maybe like between 5'4" and like 5'8". So like nothing, like she's on the, maybe with the heels, she's on the taller side. Look at her like a 5'7", and then 5'7" and like 130, 140 maybe, as like a rounded weight. No way. The president looks like 6 foot and 250. Here's no way she could lift that man's dead body and get him into a suit. You're saying the body could have been hidden in the torso? She would not be physically able to do that. That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gavil? You pushed the president off the roof, just like I said, then you hid his body inside the costume. I almost certainly did not! You could prove this by giving the approximate president's height and weight, and forcing to see if Gavil could physically do it. Because that's actually how some cases are won. There's that one case that I saw where there was an argument that someone broke into someone's house. I think it was in, like, Japan. And the way it was proven that that couldn't have been possible, the way the prosecution was saying, was the lady had to take the little frame and put it on her hips and show that her hips literally could not fit through it. She literally could not do it. So it could be a similar thing here. Like if Judge Gill shows she's physically incapable of doing it, it just throws his whole theory out of the window. Let's see. I'm not going to believe you're the only person who could have done this. Physically, no, though. I thought we already proved that that would have been impossible. We said it was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gavil could have been able to get in here. What if she had an accomplice? What? Got a little theory for you. I think you're going to like it. It can't be the kid. Who else will she work with? Gumshoe? A 13-year-old who looks 8 and his 5'7", 130-pound mother could not take an adult 6 foot, 250-pound male and put him into a costume and then deadlift that weight. It's just not physically possible. Lola was putting or waiting on here when Gavil pushed the president off the roof. Two of them were working together. The problem of the lock goes away. And they work to hide the body together too, by dragging it over to the Torosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. How would they be able to pick it up to stuff it? Are you forgetting what they look like? I think the murder was that carefully planned. It was the assassination of a world leader. It could only have been carefully planned. The said that Sean could have been involved in this. It's unthinkable. You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm going to listen to what you say? What about motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wang? Who knows? But we'll find out soon enough. She was the last person to meet with him, and she won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you have to agree with that. Yeah, Gavil, you're gonna have to give us a good reason. Just, Gavil, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details. The only way that they hide it this hard is if the president is Sean's father. That's the only way any of this secrecy makes any level of sense. My apologies, but that was the one thing I cannot do. Like, again, the only way that any of this makes sense is if the divorced parents are meeting, kind of situation. That is it. Although that makes it even worse. 58, 26, and 13. Unless it's maybe her father? But then, you did it. You know what? That would just make this case so much easier if we could move on, get away from this. Lock him up. That one over there. FBI, please. But then, wait, okay. 58 minus 26 is 40... What, 42? No. 32. 32! He could have done it. That could be her father. However, rest assured, should that ever change, you will be the first to know. It's just pretty sure to declare her not guilty. She's not guilty, but she is hiding something. We don't really know who the actual killer is. I don't even think he's dead at this point. I think this is all staged. Have to believe it. Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. We haven't got an autopsy report. And who can falsify and hide autopsy reports? Chairman Winner! He's still active! We saw that with what happened to Eustace! He's still doing shit, even in prison! He's got his little henchmen! Oh my god. He might not even be dead. The president might be fine. And it was all just a show. And the white stuff, or the yellow stuff, the yellow powder, a heavy sedative that was used exactly on Kay, and then her body was thrown down a hatch and she got a concussion, which got amnesia. It all fits! I sound crazy, but it all fits! Let's see, what about you, kid? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. I've got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent. Both as tight-lipped as each other, huh? But let me guess, you're still going to try and stick up for them. It's true, Judge Giville's actions certainly make her suspicious, but nothing she has told us amounts to a motive for murder, or even the suggestion of one. No, and like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now. For the moment, I'm focusing on means and opportunity. For my money, those two had to be working together for their little plot to succeed. What if Sean was waiting in here when Gaville pushed the president off the roof? If the two of them work together, the problem of the lock goes away. I mean, that is true, but then why was the lock still broken? Did we just forget there was a broken-ass lock down here? I think we did. And they work to hide the body together, too, by dragging it over to the Torosaurus suit and stuffing it inside.
Hold it!
The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. Well, so you can't say for certain that there was a body in there at the time, can you? Maybe not. We can take a look right now. Let's open up and see what's inside. I put money on finding proof that there was. Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers? Oh, not at all. Might be a little right, though. Gets pretty sweaty in there. I say she didn't sit until proven guilty, but we know this is not how the game works. Oh, definitely not how this game works. Everyone's immediately guilty in this country. It's the court systems. They're too corrupt. It's filthy. Yeah, that's weird. I always clean up pretty good. If you know anything kind of moldy. In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body. I guess the president was lying right in the middle of the footprint. He probably would have gotten pretty dirty. Exactly. Well, everybody happy? Inside of the suit is covered with dirt. It must be from when the body was hidden there. If the dirt is from when the body was hidden inside the suit, we're assuming that it came directly from the body, correct? Ha! What are you even talking about? Of course we are. Where else could it have come from? It really is pretty filthy in there, huh? The dirt got everywhere, especially around the part where the chest would have been. The chest? I think I might have an important clue. This theory hangs together pretty well, I have to say. It's certainly the case that there would have been, they would have carried out the murder if they were working together. I don't think we stand to gain much by disputing that. So what do we do instead? We listen carefully to his testimony once more, and see if we can tease out anything of value. Okay. I think I know what this game wants here. A save, though. We gotta be careful. Present. I think what they want to show is the flecks of something yellow stuck to the clothes. Except the it's either that or mechanics gloves. Yeah, it's one or the other. I'm gonna go mechanics gloves.
Objection!
Okay, we'll try the president's body then. Thought maybe we could draw a connection to the type of dirt that's on the gloves, and maybe draw a connection to who could have been here. Okay, let's try the crime scene notes. Yeah, okay, what's the crime scene notes? So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. Would it be safe to say that that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Yeah, it really is. But look at the victim. The area of body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there as you suggest, his chest would have been covered in dirt. Fine, so what's your explanation? How did all that dirt get inside there? Besides, based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in the suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president? Come on, Kay, think. Where was it? Is something the matter, Kay? I've seen dirt like that somewhere. Oh, it is the glove. Now it's the gloves. I just can't think where. Dirt with weird little gray bits in it. Gray bits? She's right. There's something in the mix here. It was stuck in something else we looked at. Lots of it. Okay, I had the right evidence. It was just in the wrong order. As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something gray. And? We discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question began being these gloves. You're right. The dirt looks similar. So what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these gray flecks of yours? It's concrete! Again, are these people a special kind of stupid? Concrete. Show the flecks of concrete. Oh, like all the little broken up bits around the footprints, you mean? Dog, this would have taken for fucking ever. No. There's like at least 3 to 4 of these footprints hammering at concrete in what must have been the middle of the night to stage this. Like, actually think about the steps that this would have taken physically too. Like, oh my gosh, no. I just won't murder anybody. This is too much work. It's too much work to try to get away with murder. Oh my gosh. This is so much effort. Jeez. And who do the gloves on which we found similar dirt and gray flecks belong to? Chairman Winter! Chairman Winter needs to take a vacation, take a break. Maybe in prison, but just before he did all this. Just like take a step back, be like, man, I'm doing too much. Go on vacation. Please. That's all I ask. We found him in his garage. That's right. We visited the garage in his home earlier today, and we found a pair of mechanics gloves covered in dirt. And if I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel too. He did all that work. All that work breaking up concrete with a sledgehammer and a shovel. Dog, that's hard labor. That's so much hard labor. No. Why would a pair of mechanics gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why. Because somebody wore them while they used the hammer and shovel. They smashed the concrete in the dirt below, saying that with both substances. Wait, so you're saying... Yes. They finally know who these footprints really are, or what these footprints really are. Seems highly likely that they were dug by Chairman Winter. It's too much work. Highly likely? Huh, you say so. Then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they possibly serve? Why indeed? I imagine he must have been... He was burying something. I think he must have been burying something. Oh, I saw treasure. So what was it? What did he bury? There's only one way to find out. Dig it up and see. The cops didn't check already. Oh. There was nothing buried under any of those footprints. Okay, so it was... Which means, yeah, he must have been digging something up. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain at the side of the entrance and gained access from there. That does not mean that no one can fall to their death, they just become bartenders. Well, yeah, unless you see them shot on screen, and they get held by Kiryu, and they make one last desperate plea about the life they've lived. They're not really dead. I mean, look at the rubber bullets. Look at the rubber bullets. I mean, yeah, those people still died later, but the rubber bullets. Again, unless you're being held by Kiryu, you're not really dead. Yeah, or they lost their names. Then maybe. Let's use the sledgehammer and shovel to dig up these footprints. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, that's too much work. So he hit 3 things? When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in the holes. But then Sean must have showed up, right? I think he did, yes. Chairman Winter would have had to find a hiding place, and the Torosaur suit provided just that. Ugh. You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves? It's good, but it's all just speculation. We don't have any proof that he was inside that suit. He could have dug up those holes and gotten out of there before the kid even showed up. But he didn't, and here's proof of that right here in the footage. The zipper was still undone, so the Chairman Winter was still present when the recording was made. What? The shame that Agent Lang didn't notice it himself. We compared this situation as we see it now. The situation that appears on Sean's rehearsal tape. And compared it to the turn what we saw in Chairman Winter's garage. It seems to become clear that Chairman was present. Is it the suitcase?
Take that!
Because they made sure to show Eustace again, which had the suitcase in it to give you a visual hint. Look at the bed next to Torosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Term Winter's garage. The same bag, the dirt and the gloves. That was to indicate a connection, surely. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winter in that suit. If he was in there, the president's body can't have been. Ayah! Good, it seems like it's Agent Lang of the flaws in his theory. Somebody get to the Chairman Winter's house right away. We need to know what was in that bag. It's already gone. He's too stupid to throw out the bag, but he's stupid enough to take out the important shit. Y'all done lost your minds? I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this hog swill? And this is all we need. That right there is Torosaurus footprints, dang it. Huggins' zero director's cut literally showed a dude blowing up in a literal car explosion, and he somehow survives. Somehow these people return. We can't really question it because it's Yakuza. This isn't Mafia, okay? Where if you shoot that person in the face, they're going to be dead. The car bombs worked. Everything, the only time it didn't work is when the person survived and we still hunted them down inside a church. We don't let people live in Mafia. There is no way. I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are. Don't matter to me none what you just done did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I told y'all. I see that big bad bull with my own two eyes. The giant eye peering in the window, I thought we'd have gotten past that nonsense. We ain't about to let it go. What kind of drills would we be if we did, huh? Responsible ones. But I guess that's the whole problem. Wait. Ain't like it was just about the footprints know-how. You were seen fraternizing with one of them there monsters, ain't that correct, young man? By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken. We're never going to get anywhere with these two around. Maybe we could just prove to them that it wasn't a monster either. They might finally drop it. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas? Prove that there wasn't a monster? Fine, I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do. What did you whisper about? Y'all hiding something, ain't you? Admit it! Quick, Tabby, roll tape!
Hold it!
Can I politely ask you both to calm down? The monster boy was seen talking to you. We all know what it is now. Huh? That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery. It did? The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right when he was making the rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature of the lake. And your so-called monster right there in the picture. Huh? I don't see no Gordy. There ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography. Okay, yeah, no, Gordy is this. I mean, if Little Scraper somehow survived.
Take that!
Interesting that all those things are true, but somehow Nishikiyama still had to die in one, and he couldn't come back as a bartender. Like, yeah, he went evil. He definitely became Anakin for a hot minute there, but he turned it around. He figured himself out right at the very end. Let's see, that is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy. What? Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. A viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane. Bull! How the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh? How indeed. Miss Nichols? Yes? You told us that you think you might need new glasses, didn't you? Yeah, my eyesight got way worse all of a sudden. I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness? I thought I felt something. Does your house ever just creak in a weird way and you're like, wow, that is not alright. Do not do that. I mean, that's right, I only ever saw a silhouette. But you done told us! Skin like an enormous worm, you said. Y'all about to try and tell us your precious crane up and grew skin somehow? Ain't even no flesh on them their metal bones, let alone skin. You're entirely correct, of course, about the crane as it was in this particular picture anyway. But it did have a skin of sorts last night. I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is dumb crazy. You want Tabby be the star, is that it? That wasn't my intent at all. But I do think it's time I finally put them both out of their misery. Gordy's is right here in front of us. It wasn't skin at all, it was this.
Take that!
Miss Nichols told us that it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end. But I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols was cooked for Gordy's skin. What? You know what? Nice of Sean. Like, he's really responsible. He does use the equipment without asking, but he made sure to put the rain thing on it even if it didn't rain because he had heard it was going to rain. You know, just in case. You gotta protect the property. He's not irresponsible with it. Well, Sean, am I mistaken? You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing. Gotta have a little bow. I'm sorry, Miss Hart, Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the light. And just like that, the dream dies again. Chief Medley. I think that may have finally shut him up. I thought the kid was holding out on us, but it seems I could have maybe been a little wrong, maybe. Alright, we know about the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy? Everybody except those two. Agent Lang! The president's autopsy report is out, sir. Let's see about that. It is, let me see it. Death was due to full body contusion and bone breakage caused by extreme pressure from above. So we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Just as we thought. Test results still haven't come back from the yellow substance found on his chest. But they did find a gunshot residue in his right hand, so he shot a gun. Gunshot residue? Guess he has a kid at heart, huh? Gunshot residue, K. It's a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. This present indicates that the president may have used a gun. Really? We didn't find a gun anywhere, did we? Indeed not, which makes this residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears up one thing at least. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was. Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you were right. Amazing! So does that mean Judge Gaville isn't a suspect anymore either? Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. Oops. And we know the Torosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly. Phew, that's a relief. Sorry. It might be a little too soon to celebrate. What? Sure, I think we can accept that the falling head must have been what killed the president. But that begs the question of what could have caused the fall, or who? We know what happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at what time. What do you get in exactly? You can't mean... I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean! The kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right where the body was found. He saw the footprints, and he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened. That's a big ass, surely. We haven't yet established if the footprints had anything to do with the murder. So even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved. I mean not, but his face tells me different. As to the fact he's shaking like a leaf. It does seem like Agent Lang might be onto something, but I don't think Sean's going to talk. Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let our tape do the talking? What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang? The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days. You go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted? It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not? Oh, sure do, Lil V. Good. Then that should make this nice and quick. Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question? Why me? Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst. Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but alright. No. Not a videotape thing again! Are there any clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder? Ah. He just vomited. It's not even a zoo! Enhance! I like how the enhancement somehow is able to pick up new forms of light. You can't even see him! He's not here!
Eureka!
What the? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see, let me see! Huh? Eek! What is it? What's the matter? Show me! Mr. Edgeworth, court asks you share your findings. Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely. There's a person there. It's the president! Oh my! What? You're kidding, right? Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you? This doesn't look good for Sean at all. Wait, that doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there. I don't believe you, and the image doesn't that prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid, you murdered President Wang. No, that's ridiculous. Why? Why would he? Sean, you didn't. You can't have. Can you? What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like this. Surely even you can't deny that this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. He claims he knew nothing about what happened, but the president is right there with him. Well, if he's sweating, that means his body temperature is rising, and it means the milk's getting hot. He's drinking warm milk. There is no way this milk has stayed cold, or at least even, like, cool this entire time. That's some room temperature, if not hot milk. Sean, you're not telling us. We have to know! He's right, Sean. Be honest now. It's the only way. Yeah, you too, Gaville. You're hiding something too. The truth is, it's all my fault. Sean, what did you do? It was my fault. The Torosaurus had fell off the trailer. What happened while I was rehearsing? I went to the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was up there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. When my mom called, I left a set to go talk to her. Okay, so he did call her his mom. When I came back up for the call, Torosaurus had fallen from the roof and the president was just there lying next to it. Kid is actually 8,000 years old drinking old mead. That he probably brewed and distilled himself, I'm sure. I mean, 8,000-year-old vampires have to have a hobby, after all. Right, Mon ami? We did find evidence of a fire having broken up out on the roof. It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself. So you're saying the president died because of Sean? If he did, that would make this whole thing just an accident. What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground? I took it apart, carried it in pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again. You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid. I'm not like I did any of it on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater off. Yes, and when the fire had burnt through the legs, the table would have collapsed. And the head would have fallen onto the ground below. You're right, the fire caused the head fall. Indeed, and I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint and thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them.
Not so fast!
You sure it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place? How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't even see anybody, I swear. Still don't believe you. Why would the President Wang come into a place like this in the middle of the night? Hi, Moname. Okay, there you go. His reason for coming here are something of a mystery. It's true. Oh, Mona. He met Jezebel up on the roof 2 nights ago, but he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we'll need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed. Oh, Mona. Well, I can't see with your head in the way. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. You left it burning? You didn't think to check before you came back down to the lot? I meant to, but I was thinking about my lines and the scene and everything else. Well, I totally forgot. Everybody forgets stuff. I sure do. So much stuff. I leave the air conditioning on at Mr. Edgeworth's office and the lights. I forget that he told me never to jump off the ladder of his bookshelves and make prank calls. She does all this in a month? But the one thing I would never ever forget to do is turn off an unattended heater. Oh, but you do all that. Please, Sean, go on. You're just gonna ignore all of that. He's a lot. Anyway, as I was saying. Oh, let's see. The Thurs-Sun had fallen. Were there any signs that it was about to fall before you left? I don't remember. I was concentrating on my lines. Hard to take serious when you have this extremely jacked man in the footage camera. Honestly, everything about the president is really, really hard to take seriously. Everything about that man. He wants the JoJo's physique, not the JoJo work, and that's really insulting. But the fire had broken out of the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off. You really hear nothing the entire time? Well, do we have that as an item? Okay, because the heater couldn't have started the fire. The fire started somewhere else. There's no way. Oh, I have my headphones on. Huh, why? I was playing the soundtrack for the movie to help me concentrate, and I was playing it loud. So yeah, I definitely couldn't hear anything. Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Cavill called you. You could feel it. The cell phones vibrate these days, right? Anyway. You're right, it was on vibrate. President was just there lying next to it. He must have been quite a shock coming back, huh? And seeing a dead body just lying there? And this was a dead body with a giant Torosaurus head right next to it. Yes, I'm sure it must have been very upsetting. But it does sound like it was an accident, right? Yes, at least it does that way, the way Sean tells it. Let's see, I'd like to know a little bit more exactly how things looked around here at the time. Step on the roof trailer. Let's see. Let's try this. I think I know which one I want to use. You're a fit and hearty young man, Sean. It's spring now. Surely you didn't really need to the fire up on that stove. He's a fit and hardy man who needs to look after himself. Really, Your Honor? But if you resort to such measures even during warm weather... Seriously? You two are going to argue or something that right now? He's right, of course. You made your point, Sean, but I told you before to watch how you talk to people. I think he was criticizing you as much as he was me, Your Honor. Yes, Mom. Anyway, where was I?
Hold it!
Guess I'll just press what I can. You left it burning. Okay, yeah. We write it down this one. I'm gonna save. I don't know exactly where I want to use this piece. What does it exactly say? Modeled on the first generation Torosaurus. Seems like it fell from the roof of the on-set production trailer last night. It's gotta be that. It's gotta be on one of these. I must have left it burning when I...
Objection!
Yeah, okay, so that's not it. Okay, so his fail animation takes a long time.
Objection!
Now this is punishing. Because we've already established that the fire did cause the thing to fall, but that doesn't mean Sean set the fire. But how do we prove that element? Gunshot residue detected on right hand. Flecks of yellow substance found stuck on clothing, still undergoing analysis. Death was due to full body contusion, bone breakage caused by extreme pressure from above. Do we have a time when Sean would have been there? Because this doesn't have a time. No, this doesn't have time on it. Either the autopsy report or this. Because nothing else makes sense. Torosaurus' head had fallen from the roof and the president was just lying next to her. Did I thought I pressed both these. Let me double check.
Hold it!
Don't remember. Okay, let me try this one then.
Objection!
Okay.
Hold it!
You notice anything unusual about the body? I don't know, it was dark. Something seems like even more reticent than usual. I don't think he wants to go back over the memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth. Sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Did I put- yeah, wait, okay, I didn't do this one, let's push him. It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I better find out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground, and yet you didn't. Well, yeah, because what was the point? He was dead. So you said, what I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain he was dead? He was lying on the ground and that huge head was right next to him. Didn't take much to figure out what might have happened. You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you how, because you checked. Fine, I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked and he wasn't breathing. So I was right. But why try to hide the fact? There must have been a reason. Could you tell us how the body looked at that point? I can't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. It was completely clean. But yeah, he wasn't breathing. So that's how I knew he was dead. That's not really conclusive evidence. Shallow breathing can be mistaken for not breathing. Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind. If he was crushed, there would be blood.
Hold it!
The fact that there's no blood is really suspicious. There was no blood or anything, any other markings that would have told you if he was alive or dead. Would you say that my characterization of your statement is correct? You know I would, and you saw the body too, so you know I'm telling the truth. You also noticed that the lot was dark at the time, yet you were all still able to confirm all this? What is your problem? There was nothing on his face and nothing on his clothes, okay? Thank you, Sean. I think this tells us everything we need to know. Why all the focus on how clean his clothes were? Mine are freshly washed, at least. Perhaps you can give us a few details about how exactly you confirmed that the president was dead. Well, I couldn't tell from standing there. Wasn't breathing. The autopsy?
Objection!
It's the stuff on his shirt. The autopsy report. Nothing on his clothes, nothing at all. Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that? There's something you clearly are hoping that we've forgotten. What are you talking about? There's nothing. That's not true. Unluckily for you, we remembered it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's clothes. Why is he trying to hide that? You seriously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. In absence, I find suspicious to say the least. I hope you're saying that you have a satisfactory explanation. It's not dirt. Judge Gaville? Allow me to explain but the yellow residue on the president's chest, I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise. Lion lilies? 2 nights ago when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wang's chest was pollen from those flowers. Huh? But they're not on the printout from the security camera, only because the president is in the way. But why give him flowers? That is not something I am at liberty to divulge. Why is she hiding giving him flowers?
Not so fast!
No. More secrets? Are you serious? Thank you, Lang. First, you wouldn't tell us why you met with him. And now you can even tell us about the flowers? My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
Objection!
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered? How do you explain that? I cannot. Seriously, Your Honor? Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't? Come on. You've got to give us something here. You won't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think it will accept it? Hey, leave her alone! Sean, I threw the flowers away, okay? You did? So where were they when you first found the body? Yeah, they were right there on his chest, and they were squashed completely flat. Oh? I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed with the president. And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket from... That does explain things rather neatly, but then why remove the bouquet and dispose of it? No reason. He's almost as evasive as his mother. More secrets, they're quite a pair. There's no secret? I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet. To protect me! You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mom with them, and felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion. No, you've got it all wrong. That's his least convincing lie yet. Okay, I guess that explains it. I often decorate our home with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered. So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body? And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse? Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my tastes. Why? What's wrong with nice? Also convenient that Sean is 13 and the incident that they're talking about is from 12 years ago. Almost like they're trying to tie it in by making him that close in time. It's not like it was 5 years ago or 2 years ago. 12 years and he's 13? I don't know. A little suspicious to me. The kid also told us that he was responsible for the head falling in the first place. Yeah, he did, but... So he's still on our only suspect.
Objection!
The finger of suspicion still seems to point firmly in Sean's direction. However... Wait... I'm gonna think of a far more likely culprit than the boy. What? Who? The person who was holding Sean captive only a short while ago. That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigerator unit down by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot? Yeah. Luckily it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call for help, which is how we found him. The sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud. Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given too? Yep. We found the bottle on the floor of the unit. You found the bottle? You didn't tell me? It was even the same brand. 3Z's. Apparently it's super strong. Now who makes 3Z's? Just saying. Well, Agent Lang, should I suggest that Sean is a victim and not a suspect? Somebody else is responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this. Oh yeah? And this secret mastermind of yours was here last night too? That, I can't yet say. It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Sadly, we just don't have enough to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Yeah, it's Winter, who was also here. We just proved he was here. Thank you! Fucking brain blast out here. Took you long enough! So I was right. The kid is still our only suspect.
Objection!
Not quite. I can think of another. What? Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night. Chairman Winter. You think he killed President Wang? Why not? We've proven that he was present, and that he has killed in the past. And if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say? Winter. Could he really have? It's certainly another possibility to consider. 12 years ago, he was... That number again. Look, a lot's happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago, or more! My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. Lang. Like the Lang from 12 years ago. Yep, Good to see you finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? It's nothing to do with you. I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected with this case. And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead, show me some proof that that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. Proof? If you can't prove it, this conversation's over. Does any of the evidence I've collected show a link between recent events and those of 12 years ago? "18 years ago. Court statements. Dog, I don't even know what the events from 12 years ago are. This is lackey. 12 years ago? It's this. The only other thing that says 12 years ago.
Take that!
This is a report about Bronco Knight. It was sent to Chairman Winter by Warden Lagarde. This last part in particular should be of interest to you. Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago in front of the planter. Okay, so the location obviously changed, but he knew the general location, which is how he's able to still dig it up. And that's not all. Take a look at this. This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. What? But something strange is going on. Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wang not long afterward. There's a connection between the two murders. There has to be. And I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years ago in the past. Am I wrong? These are old wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name. Then let's clear those insults. Please, Agent Lang, we need to know. What happens? Gavil? Who on earth was that? Shifu! Oh! The men in black! What are you all doing here? Oh god, they're just triplets! Came to find you, sir. Heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago. Idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. What? You're disobeying a direct order? Please, sir. We're begging you. We all are. You have to reopen the investigation. They want to step behind him! Ugh, the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you figured out what happened. And we can't either. Oh, they're so dedicated. Because Wolfpack's coming back. Well, Agent Lang, seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too. You think it's that easy? You could solve the case just like that? Well, we kind of have. I think we can. Together. Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Yes, Shifu! Shifu! I want to see Maya again. It was for like 2 seconds. But I guess it's my turn to step up. I'm sorry, Kay? You're looking into a case in the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that. No! Not the little thief! Sure do. If you can give me the details of the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you. Sadly, we don't have any— oh, thank gosh. I don't want to use it, man. I don't want to use it. We don't have the files relating to the case. It was so much in the last game. Huh? How come? Access to those files is restricted. They're top secrets. Really? Why? Beats me. Somebody must have done something to hide. Even if I've never seen them. Everything I know I read in the newspaper articles from the time. That's fine. Just tell us what you can. Alright. I guess tell us what the news reported on, not the truth. The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day 12 years ago, February 10th to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zhang Fa. So he was kidnapped? Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. Kidnapper wanted $100 million. 100 mil? How much money even is that? More than you can imagine, it seems. The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Zhang Fa until midnight on the 10th. And nobody knows what happened with the president after that until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over, and the president came home safely. So President Wang was head honcho even back then. Wow, go Mr. President. The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him. Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated. It was, but the investigation was top secret. As was the trial. The trial? So suspect was arrested? Yeah, none other than our friend Beefy Lagarde. No, she couldn't have done it. She's too stupid. What? Was that why you visited prison? It is. I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol. Sabbatical. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. And I want to see who I was dealing with. She is found not guilty then, was she? Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. But they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force though, and he worked the case alone until eventually he found a suspect, Lagarde. And if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. Okay, we gotta save. Okay, how did we jump to the middle? What is happening with this case? It didn't say to be continued. Unless I'm just going crazy here. What a jump. There's no way that she's in. Well, we know she's not innocent, but they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. Oh, good. I'm glad to have confirmation from the voices in my head. Thank you all. I'm so glad all of you are here to be inside of my head. It's so great. I don't feel alone. Natalie? Can you talk to me too? No. She's too asleep. Maybe later. See, so he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde. He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have had her charged otherwise. But you're never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know. What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for a little thief to recreate the scene. Is there really nothing you can do? You look like you could use a hand. Who's this now? Okay, everyone's just here in basically a vacant lot. That's all this has become. Francisco, we're just loitering now. And Mr. Fender, just loitering. Oh, he's just loitering in a vacant lot. We finally wrapped things up at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids were up to. Here. Ooh. Well, she's Interpol. She can go whatever she wants. It says SS5 Incident Investigation Report. Of course she could get that. Super long right now. Yeah, now we gotta have a fight. Just fight in the vacant lots. Everyone line up for your partners. We're gonna fight. When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it. And this is what Interpol provided. Nice work, Francisco. Of course, because she's Interpol. Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. You know, I kind of like the evolution of Francisca. She's not part of the law anymore, but she's not really a prosecutor. Like, she can and she does prosecute, but she's basically become like a international agent. That's so cool. She's a prosecutor, but she's also an international agent. Look at her doing all this work here. We love to see it. She's so powerful. What a lady. It's just so impressive. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case. I owe you, sis. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret. Yes, but that's classification applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Winner. He was the prosecutor in charge? Of course he was. Him again? Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. Ooh, an outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son. Oh, Eustace, we love the comeback. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. It sounds like we owe him. Prosecutor Eustace Winner is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. but he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and the guard to me. You focus on your case over there. He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor. Indeed he is. He just needed a pep talk from the best prosecutor we know. Now we have the case file. I can recreate the scene of fuck. Excellent, let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now. What are we waiting for? With me, everybody. Weird. Just wait till Dante from DMC shows up. Honestly, that probably would happen. At this rate, that probably... Hey, he made it into SMT. He can make it into this. That's fair game. Now, how do we get Leon to show up? That's what we need. Alright, okay, if you could set Mr. Thief in motion. Sure, it looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start? Good question. Let's see. Seems there was an eyewitness. Freelance journalist by the name of Alf Aldown. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. This is where he saw it'll happen, huh? Here? As in the big building? No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. This was built in a year? That seems too short. That's it, for a 51-story building, this thing's gonna collapse at the first sign of stress. Earthquake, tornado, if they're by the ocean, a tsunami. This thing has got to be plaster and tape. There is no other answer. Like, holy. Let's see, before that, now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been... The Happy Family was an orphanage? Like for retired people? No, it was a place for children. It was an orphanage! Big business tore down an orphanage and built a big building. Oh gosh. Leon to Miles. Sorry, I don't have time for cross-examination. Monument Construction built it, of course. Wait, no. Monument Construction is a legitimate business who does legitimate work. They are good at what they do. I mean, Nishida always wears the construction helmet because he believes in Majima Construction. This, I don't know. I don't know about all this. An orphanage, in other words. President was kidnapped from an orphanage? Yeah, and that place was run by Fifi Lagarde. She called it her happy little home. As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion. President Wang, Excelsius winner, and Warden Lagarde? Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Okay, could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Aldown? It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president. So if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice. Alright, we counting on you. I mean, if Curie asked Majima to build an elevator to the moon, Majima Construction would happily do it. Oh yeah, they would do it. I don't know if they could actually finish it, but they would do it. They would start. They would get most of it taken care of. They would get what they could. Let's see what we got here. Now we have another reaction. What the heck is this? When did I grow to become so blasé toward people's reactions to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports describe. Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 a.m. the morning after the murder. And it seems it had been snowing. Let's see. Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. You're getting closer to the end. I'm very excited to get closer to the end. I'm very excited. This all needs to wrap up. I wonder if this where the kids ended up? The two sons that were from the abandoned dad and the killed. They haven't come back at all, and that was like a really... They even re-mention it. Maybe we're finally getting to the culmination of it saying... From the day of the incident onward, their whereabouts are unknown. This was 18 years ago. So if they ended up in an orphanage for 6 years, depending on how old they were, they might have aged out. Maybe? We don't know how old the kids are, that's the problem. We don't know how old they should be. Let's see, the snow fell in the daytime the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred, meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. Let's save. Okay, let's look at the footprints. These footprints stop by the body. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldown, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that, about a size 12? According to this file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match. These footprints go toward the body and come back. According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9, pretty average in other words. Seems the police weren't able to track down who the murder was from them, though. These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. There were 3 planters on each side. Yes, planters are arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before. Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter. Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow. Weird, how come there's only one? Wait, it looks like somebody dropped it. It's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family Liliaceae? A lion lily, you say? Wait, didn't Judge Will say, give President Wang some lion lilies? What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? This particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it comes to flowers, Francisca. What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. Again, suspicious that she was giving them to the guy, to Wang, specifically. So was she giving it to her father? I'm so confused. Alf Aldown. Al fall down? Al fall down? Is that what it's trying to say? Is that the joke? Like you just fell down? The man who witnessed the president's kidnapping, but what exactly did he see? I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos. Seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head. Yeah, from the brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard. It looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area. Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Aldown's autopsy report. Hey, the autopsy report! Let's go! Victim was struck in the head and died at around 1 a.m. on February 10th. So, if he was struck then... Are the cops stupid? Are the cops so stupid? They think that those size 9 shoe prints are the killers, but it snowed at 7. He was already dead. All of this stuff would have been hidden. That makes me so mad. These cops do a horrible job. Let's see, this cell phone must have belonged to the victim. You're right. Yeah. It says here in the case file that Mr. Aldown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping. A call to whom? His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw that the president was there. Hi, Mona. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's here too if you want to hear it. Please. Hey, Rosie. It's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another... Damn it. The light's out, so I can't quite see, but it looks like he was being kidnapped? Anyway, probably nothing but... Wait. He didn't specifically say the president was getting kidnapped. Maybe they turned it into a kidnapping? Because he's known to fake presidential things, like an assassination. What were those sounds of the... Are we sure it was the president, like, he saw the president getting kidnapped? Or was it more, he was getting... Was the president kidnapping somebody? That's kind of what it's leading me to understand. He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Alden's girlfriend, what was her name? Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard. Just as I thought. Wait, you mean her revenge for what happened 12 years ago? All Miss Stringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. So, seeking revenge on Chairman Winter, she made her appearance at the auction. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winter, was she? Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping? Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers? Let's look at the brick. This was the brick used in the murder. There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. They probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh? Can we logic anything yet? The planters in the brick used? No. Let's come back to this. Alf Aldown, freelance journalist, killed after witnessing the kidnapping of the President Wang. Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh? It's even worse than the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. It seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, the area is completely caked. Yeah, the outside report says that's where he was hit with the brick. Indeed, I imagine this attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. It looks like he was clutching something in his right hand. And those shoes do not look like they fit him. Yeah, they mentioned that the file somewhere, let's see. According to this, it was a button. A button? Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? Okay, good. We can't look at the shoes. Footprints were a key part of this case. There's information about the shoes in the file, correct? Yeah, let's see. They're a size 12. Feet were clean, no corners, no athlete foot. Beige socks, thermal underwear the same color. He dressed like an old guy style. Brighter socks would have really helped make that outfit pop. Why not live a little? And that's it for the fashion rundown. Shout out to whoever left these amazingly helpful comments. And here I thought it was going to be a plain old investigation report. No! Look at how much they gap in the back. They don't fit him. So the victim was carrying a camera. Oh yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are. That's... It's the president, right? And somebody pointing a gun at him. This might be what Mr. Aldown witnessed. So the president in the trench coat... The person in the trench coat is the kidnapper. Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing the trench coat is Warden Lagarde? I hope they only found one picture. He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. Yeah, that's definitely not Warden Lagarde. Oops, no! Oh, dang it. I was trying to get the blood. Even in the coat and with the like little coat pieces up and the hat, that's not Lagarde. The physicality doesn't make any sense. Ugh, fresh blood and plenty of it, according to the autopsy report. He died from loss of blood due to the blow to the back of his head. Yes, and that blood spread over the entire area. I doubt anybody could have bled that much and survived. Anyway, this certainly seems to confirm what the autopsy report suggests. Somebody has dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right? According to Francisca, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly. Yep, and she said it symbolizes the pond being painted or tiled, right? It was the bond between parent and child, okay. Okay, I think that's everything we can look at here. Tortoise and a hare, inspired by the children's story, no doubt. Tortoise races the speedy hare and wins. Alright, time for a K Faraday pop quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. I don't need 3 options, okay? He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep. Number 1, the hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2, the tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. And number 3, the real winner was the Yatagarasu who plotted the surprise secret victory. Those are my only 3 options. Too hard. Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a through. Well, that definitely narrows it down. Okay, let's look at the snowman. This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted. Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He wasn't all roasty. And look at his cute little button eyes. Just lying there. He probably would have frozen back up again at dawn, you know. That's just when it's usually coldest. I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If it melted snow and froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. It would turn into an iceman. What? Is what I bet you wanted me to say, isn't it? Well, too bad. He's so sassy. Hey, this arch. I've seen it somewhere before, right? Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today. But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. This was here the whole time? It seems the architect worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere. And for once, it seemed you might have remembered it correctly. But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined. An igloo shaped like a ferret, the perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a big-loo? It's quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside of it. Ah, and they could live in there for 3 whole years. 3 years? And what about the summer? Wouldn't the igloo melt? Again, say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please, one more time. Wouldn't the igloo melt? Ugh, you're no fun. Let's see. Looks chillier than your chilliest look out there, Miles Areno. Somebody might have to warm me up. Could you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender? You, K-Meister, anything. Can't believe this whole sorry tale began right here. Kind of crazy, right? Yes, it's a little... What were Fiefs and Chairman up to, though? Were they going with all of this? Where were they going with all this? Where indeed? I'd very much like to know myself. And I'd very much like to know when you two are going to admit how much you like your Uncle Eddie. Ugh, not anytime soon. Come on, Mr. Fender. We're not taking this seriously at all. You did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record. Boy howdy, this is ever a scoop. Whole world's gone green. Must be an outbreak or something. I've seen green trees, green people, green clothes, everything. They must be real sick if their clothes are green. Looks like we wound up slap bang in the middle of the right dang place at the right dang time. Sure did, Chief. I don't think we're going to get a word in edgewise here, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think we want to. I don't like how much we've been getting of Lana and Tabby Lloyd in this case. Like, sometimes when Lana showed up, it's been for a little while, and then she'll disappear, like, reappear at the end, and that's it. She has been an active participant in the last 2 cases, and I need her to leave. You're done. Please go away. How dare you, Scruffy? How dare you tell anybody? I'll just deny it anyway. Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me out here, sir. What's the matter, Detective? It's not the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Winter isn't in charge anymore and all, but a top secret file being available to us so quickly after his removal, something seemed off. So that got me thinking about it, and I put in a call, and they told me that, well, that Miss Funk Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released. Curse you, Scruffy! I deny everything! Ew! It sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Francisca. Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case, you'll see. Oh, she's so cute and helpful. It's a porch swing with an elephant's face on it. And behind it is what appears to be a motor. You know what every dedicated swing fiend always wonders, don't you? If they can swing all the way over the top and back again. Maybe a motor and swing could finally make that dream come true. Wouldn't it be a little dangerous? I feel like I did that once. At least once when I was a kid. You ever try that where you're swinging? I feel like I did that almost once. No, I didn't. No. I got close. But it was too scary. Could not do it. I don't like the idea of, like, going over like that. I could not get enough speed. That was not fun. Let's see, what dream isn't? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Don't do it, Kay! It's not worth it! True, but hardly applies in this case. Let's see. What do you want? Your kidnapping? Shaw, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping. They took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? Oh, what were you doing there? It's alright, you don't have to talk for him. He can just ask me himself. Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm up to you. I went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on that body. It wasn't far, and I figured they'd be less likely to find them there than if I threw them in a garbage can. I tried to get in the last night too, but it was locked. So you had to come back today and try again. Yeah, but when I was there, somebody came up and behind me and put something over my face. Oh yeah, snoozing is easy 3Z with 3Zs. The fact that she was drugged with it too doesn't seem to bother her. I guess it has a catchy name. However, it was pretty strong, but I never saw their face. I see, thank you. That's very helpful. Hey, 95, let's go! Can't lose your streak now. You're so close. It's so close. You got 5 left. You just need to basically Thursday in the week after next, and you got it. That's how close we're talking here. It's right at that line, so you better have an idea already. It's close. It's getting real close. And we'll definitely be in Ghost of Yotai by then. 100%. We're like right at the edge of Ghost of Yotai now. I saw they gave the little brat milk to make him a little milk drinking brat kid. Right, what is it about the fact that he's drinking milk so aggressively that makes him such an asshole? Maybe it's because he's in a movie about cows and he's dressed like a cow and he's telepathically communicating with a cow and he's drinking cow titty milk. Like, that's not cool, man. We don't need to be drinking cow titty milk straight from the source here. We can leave that somewhere else. Not here. What can you tell us about the time between when you were a kid and when you were found? Not a whole lot, I'll bet. Snoozing is easy 3Z with 3Zs. I remember waking up feeling cold. I was somewhere big and empty and dark. There were cardboard boxes with some other language written on them. I figured it must be a storeroom. But it was actually a giant refrigerator. Businesses use them to keep stuff chill. And that's where Kay and Detective Gumshoe found them. They really saved the day there. It's like such an insult calling him a milk drinker. Where do you think this milk is coming from? He's getting it straight from Torosaurus, obviously. I don't want to think about it. Guess the cooler must have been on until just before I was brought there. Like I said, it was pretty cold. Anyway, they didn't take my phone for some reason, so I used that to call for help. I see. Well, we're all very glad that you found your way back to us safely. Say it like you mean it, won't you? He's not the most gracious child, I bet. Reminds me of a certain somebody else. Don't think we can ask him any more questions right now. Talk to Gabil. Can I help you, Mr. Edgeworth? I cannot thank you all enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home. Hey, old guy, can't you see you're upsetting her? That's not my intent at all. Old guy? Old guy? Look at our little knight in shining armor defending his mom's honor. Shut up. I wouldn't have to do it if you didn't keep... That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me, I would like to apologize again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. I will not ask you to forgive me. I only ask you to understand that I... Judge Gabil, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. But she was a mother, was she not? Of other gods and goddesses. She was. Fair judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Capture Below Goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. What have they been talking about? Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either. So things are finally settling down after Warden Lagarde's trial. It would seem so. Something is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry, Excelsior's winner's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man, indeed. He simply had some growing to do, but then, don't we all, Kay included. Yeah, well, Sean is supposed to be like 13, and I think Edgeworth, if Francisca's 19, Edgeworth is 7 years older than Francisca, so I guess he's supposed to be 26 here. I think that's right. Because if he was 20, 7... Are they 6 years apart? Because I don't think she was 12. No, that would have been 6. No, 6. Yeah, that works. Yeah. So, 26 then? Basically the same age as Judge Gabil. And then, yeah, Kay Faraday is 17. So she's even younger. He is a very old 25, yes. He is ancient looking. Like, how is he 24 and Will Powers is 25? Like, Regina Berry being 17 fair, and Eustace being 17 fair. But my good, and 33, okay. I mean, she was 21 when her lover was killed. Let's see, I kind of feel for him now. I said some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him next time I get the chance. And I'm sure that chance will come. But for now, indeed, we need to focus on the case at hand. Don't you kind of want to, like ship them all together a little bit just to see what would happen? Just to see. I don't know what Kay's type would be. But her and Eustace evolving into like a great thief, great prosecutor duo would be really interesting. The dynamic would be clean. Three planters covered with snow. Is anything the matter? Agent Lang? Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed. You have Chairman Winter to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, but what's weird is, I've seen this scene somewhere before. What? But where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone. He appears to be lost in his effort to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. Case for my father and my family too. People who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after that. He threw himself heart and soul into that investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. Wow, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay? The investigation was solid, his work was meticulous, and it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids, and he made sure they told him everything. I wonder if he learned anything of value. See, President Wing changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely, after how close we've been for all those years, my father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. No matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. He couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time he came home covered in bruises. Who knows from where? A bodyguard, maybe? Ugh. Sorry, there's no point making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be the judge of that. Warm and fuzzy as always, I see. Not that I expect any different. I feel like we have to make some logic connections. Well, let's talk to this guy first. Shifu, I know it's rude of me to ask, but can we count off for old time's sake? Just once I bet they want to count off for old time's sake. Seems a little sentimental, but fine. Count off! 1! Sorry, Shifu. It just doesn't feel the same on my own. It's kind of lonely. Fool, it shouldn't matter if there's one of you or 100. You may be on your own here right now, but the pack is always with you. So quit whining about being lonely and howl like you mean it. Count off! 1! 1! 1! 1! Is he crying? Wow, their dynamic is intense. Okay, let's see, logic. So that's what our monster's hoof prints really were. Wait, what? Recall the arrangement of the prints. Now compare it to that of the planters. Whoa. That's right, I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood. So Chairman Winter was digging around the front of them? What did he need? He was. Why he might have been doing that? The piece of evidence in our position answers exactly that question. Which piece of evidence shows why he was digging? It's the Bronco case file. Bronco case file. Crawl, if you will, the report that Warden the Guard sent to Chairman Winter. In it, she mentions something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter. You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes? His report didn't specify which of the planters she meant. I get it, so he wasn't sure which one it was. Which meant he had to try and dig up all 3. I imagine so. Poor Chairman Winter. Why go to all that trouble? What was he looking for? Can we do any more logic? That doesn't seem right, but I want to try since this is our only option. That just feels too easy. Did they really hide the murder weapon? But the police found, well... Yeah, no, okay, that didn't feel right. Can we give him evidence? Okay, the button. So you want me to tell you about the SS5 incident in a nutshell? Okay, he failed to repay the president for all he'd done for us, and he failed to solve the case. That's how the family of Bulls got pulled into this never-ending nightmare. That enough for you. Sounds like he was... One young cub in particular took his family's downfall very badly. Can you imagine how much the experience must have hurt him and his father? You'll probably get... Okay, yeah, whatever. The picture? Yeah, he just says the same thing. Nothing really important. Nothing new. Okay, yeah, he's talking about the SS5 incident. We have nothing we can logic. Can we talk to him again about the SS5 incident separately? Should we talk to Kay, maybe? Because I think I've checked everything. This? There's a burn mark on the... A burn mark! Oh gosh, I missed the burn mark. First says there was a fire sometimes in the evening of the incident. A fire? Let's see. Where was it again? Ah, yeah. One of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. Seems like there ends little chance of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. That's gotta be it. That's everything. And that's all we can learn from the scene for now. Alright. How about I try to show you how things looked earlier in the night? That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping? Sure, I'll use the photograph he took. Here goes nothing. Keep stretching it out. Miss Medley, why didn't you come sit up here, Miss Medley? We went on a walk today, and she was very tired. She actually stopped halfway through the walk I was planning, and she said no. She was done. She literally pulled and would not move at all until I started walking toward home, and then she was fine. And then she nose to the ground, tail down, walked all the way home, and was done. Completely 100% done. She wanted to be done with the walk. She is very tender, and she is very weak. She acts so tough, but she is not. Oh, Medley. There's Mr. Alda in the middle of the planters. There's the president and his kidnapper out by the road. Do we have time? My father based his investigation on the evidence Alda provided. That was why he thought the kidnapper and the orphanage were connected somehow. How he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. He was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. When the case went to trial, Excelsius Winter put a big hole in the theory. He did. Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage. Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene, and the prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal. I'm sure of it. You're saying the Chairman Winter was working with the kidnapper. Your father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was gifted and thorough investigator, then he must have been more to support his theory than just Mr. Aldon's message, surely. Yeah, he must have had. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't a case he liked talking about. Agent Link's father, Da Long Lang. These are some really hard names to pronounce because they just have so many, like, hard consonant stops. Oh gosh. Trusted ally and confidant of President Wang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winter. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. Okay, so this is 1:15. Do I have any information on when it was supposed to have snowed here? Dang it, doesn't say when it snowed. I know Kate mentioned it, but that'd be really good information to have. Okay, so we don't need to re-talk to these guys. Great. These footprints stopped by the body. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldon, right? Okay, so you're pretty big. That's what, about a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as the shoes. It's a match. The burn marks here. There were a burn mark on the pillar here. Or say they were fired sometime in the evening of the incident. Where's again? Ah, yeah, one of the orphans prank. Okay, so they said that again. Okay, so some of the stuff they repeat. Yeah, interesting that they repeat it. Let's look at the snowman. I must scour the scene. Hey, that snowman. It was melted in the simulation in the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet and its little button eyes had fallen off. Indeed, it looked reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely, I can see one thing that's missing. Aw, poor guy. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of feeding, though. Maybe they had potential. You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely.
Eureka!
So how did Aldown have the button? The snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say? Yeah, his right eye. Indeed, luckily we managed to locate it. The button Mr. Aldown was holding. Look at that, it's the same type of button as the other eye and everything. And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? The victim's location? The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered in his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if after being struck, Mr. Allen lost his balance? He reached out to grab something to steady himself. The snowman. The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grabbed the button and continued falling. I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked? I am. Within arm's reach, to be precise. But he's currently nowhere near that close. Right, but his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back the other way. What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again. Alright, let's back to when Mr. Alden's body was found. But the footprints on the left definitely match up with Mr. Alden's shoes, right? So what's the deal? Well, did anyone check his actual shoe size? Is the coroner so fucking lazy? He takes off the shoe off this body, and he doesn't think, wow, he's wearing a size 12, but he's really a size 9. That's a big difference. Someone would notate that. Why is he wearing shoes? Like, maybe he's wearing shoes that are too big for him. In a murder investigation, it would be something you would notate. You would notate all the clothes, you would catalog everything. Goodness. Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Alden's footprints? Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found. We established when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. While being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms for that far, basically impossible. We can reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing, but can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. Wait a second. Okay, I thought if we could go back in time, I want to see how big the president's shoes are. Suspiciously. He's a big guy. He could wear a size 12. So could Winter. They could both wear a size 12. Let's see, I must scour the scene. Shoes. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but... Huh? These aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it. What do you mean? Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? The laces?! That's why they don't appear to fit. Thank you. They don't appear to fit properly. They don't fit at all. So the prints, they got right up to where the victim was found and then stopped right by his feet? But they didn't actually belong to him? So the prints by his head, his? The ones that led away and came back? No, I don't think so. They're too small? So neither set belongs to him? Then how did he get here? That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect? Let's see. And what was the death that he was killed somewhere near the snowman? We're gonna take a closer look. Mascota scenes. Yep, the brick. Look, there's a brick missing here! How would they be able to tell that, though? The rest of the brickwork looks just fine. Strange that just this one is missing. Can I deduce? Poor snowman, he's not looking good. It can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is. And so do mysteries. All we have to do is wait. The snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of truth. All we have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve those mysteries. Yeah, he has a job here, Kay. Size 9 footprints going toward the body and away from it. The case file says that they must belong to the murderer. They grow fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates. That's just because there's less snow over there, no? But be that as it may, it really doesn't help in matching the prints up with the name and face. We need to make some connections. It seems quite like that missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size. Okay, good. Those two do match up. If Chairman Winter was involved in President Wing's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping. Oh, I get it. You do? You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money. The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. So this seems like a possibility. Glad you agree. But why wait 12 years? Please to connect? I'm running out of meter here. I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman. Right. The button came from there, and the brick too. Indeed. And what's more, if the murder took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up to the victim all the way over by the planters, Mr. Alden would have seen them right away. Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Alden wasn't standing by the planters. He was standing next to the snowman. Gotcha. Alright, here goes. So this was planted, wasn't it? He didn't take this picture. They took this picture to plant it. Yeah, see, because that just doesn't work no more. Mr. Alden wasn't killed here between the planters at all. Then what's this blood doing here? We need to look at that, certainly. But first we need to ensure that everything else about our updated recreation is correct. Let's look where all the parties involved in the scene are currently positioned. These planters. Okay, this is nothing. Okay, no, we already saw this. Lion Lily. I'll just hold it. And save really quick. I am really running out of meter. Yeah, no matter how you look at this, this just doesn't work, huh? Indeed, everybody who was present is in exactly the same spot. So where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? Which one is it?
Take that!
Obviously it's the photograph. Can you really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Alldown? Huh? What do you mean? We know whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he was somewhere he saw something he didn't? And then they took the photo to help back up the lie? They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. Well, would he have no choice but to- he would have no choice but to comply. Hey, now that you mention it, he only recovered one picture from Mr. Alden's camera, right? Indeed. I imagine this killer probably removed the film that was already in there, then replaced it with another thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged. Yep, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Alden was killed? No way. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Alden saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that this was the case. And I guess if it was taken with a cell phone, there might be, I don't know about actual cameras, especially the camera he used, but a lot of phones now have like location and time metadata on pictures that you could have. So if his time of death was 1 a.m., but the picture was taken at 3, then there's no way that that matches up. But again, this was like an actual photograph thing with film, so probably not, I would say. Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out. Oh yeah, he left that voicemail too. He did. I think we should listen back to them one more time, don't you? This is the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. What? I was trying to look at the evidence. I have nothing. Dude, I don't know.
Take that!
Okay. Let's see. Hey, you're asleep already. I'm at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. Damn it, the light's out so I can't quite see, but it looked like he was being kidnapped. Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you know. And there's another. This doesn't tell me anything! Okay. Perhaps we can find standing. This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. If he was here, were they by the fire? The soot? Call this statement from Mr. Alden's voicemail. Damn it. The light's out. 2 of the lights were in the yard are broken. Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building. Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned? Sure. I feel like this mystery is getting really close to being figured out, but there's still so many unanswered questions. Like, everything is connected, but not firmly enough to be conclusive, or the smoking gun that makes everything else clear. Yeah, we really don't have- this is all speculation currently. We have no evidence. We have nothing that could actually prove what we're saying. And there's just still so much we don't know. It feels like we're so close, but we are not close at all. We're nowhere near close. I don't know where I'm at. And apparently we went from beginning to middle, no scene transition or anything. My sense of timing in this game is so broken up now. And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over there by the building. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged this photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found. Only way to find out. Ready to make the jump? To switch between the 2 recreations I first needed to- okay, gotta hit X, sure. Holy moly, man. This is so much investigation! Okay. This is where Mr. Alden really met his fate. But he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the stage photograph. over to the spot between the planters. So the footprints, the fact they go over there and come back. Yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried him over there. These footprints go toward the body and come back. According to the case file, killers, size 9s. Really sure these are Mr. Alden's footprints? Okay, no, they're gonna be the same thing again. The blood, maybe? But if we just figured out that Mr. Alden was killed over by the snowman, right? We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else. What? But the police force said the blood was Mr. Alden's. He never knew that the case was already overseen by Chairman Winter, the man who would have no scruples about altering the official records over something this small. But then why go to all the trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned the blood up instead? He wasn't able to. Think about it. You know this was where the police would find Mr. Alden's body. I knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues. Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, that would have found traces of blood if they'd used that for sure. Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up at the point where they were undetectable. Far easier to falsify the records of any such tests that would come back in. It simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy. You should be looking for a forgery all this time? That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Alden's clothes were covered with blood too. It does. If they were, which seems entirely believable, it's just that whoever's blood this was, it wasn't yet dry. Mr. Alden's body was placed here. I get it, which means that there's another person's blood. Was spilt not long before Mr. Alden was killed? I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, does that present something of a contradiction? Maybe there's two bodies? It does represent a contradiction. That means someone else was either injured or shot. No, I want the brick. I want to... Oh, can we not look at the brick? Maybe the flower? Okay, so we just have to deduce about the blood. But I got like 2 shots. I got like 1 shot this. There was a second witness. It says sole witness. So there was 2 witnesses? Okay, no, not 2 witnesses. What does this change? I mean, I think I figured out what this change, especially if this was someone else's blood, someone else that they wanted to hide. Right, it's really fascinating. They wanted to hide the fact that there was someone else here that was injured or whose blood this was. They're trying to hide the information about this blood, but in what way? Blood wasn't all downs. What does that mean? It can't be any of this modern evidence. It's gotta be something a bit more recent. But it wouldn't be any of this stuff. Covered from the top of his body by Sean. Oh. And it wouldn't be the bouquet or the sedative. Struck on the head and died. Oh, what does this say? Believed to have been murdered during the call when he was detailing something to the witness. Loss of blood from a blow to the back of the head with a brick. It changes the cause of death?
Eureka!
Okay, so it's not the cause of it. Yeah, it was blunt force trauma. Maybe not blood loss from blunt force trauma. Maybe something else. Maybe he lived a little bit longer. Obviously not. Maybe it's not the blood? Could it be the shoes? What are they trying to make me deduce here? What contradiction? I think it's gotta be the blood. Especially about the way that Edward mentioned it. Found clutched in Mr. Alden's right hand. The blood is his. So this blood is his, but this blood is it's mysterious blood stain. Mr. Alden's final call, maybe? It's neither of these. It wouldn't be any of this. Oh my gosh. I don't think I'd need the button. Okay, so it's not the tape either. Let me try the blood again. I want to see what Edra says. There's nothing we can logic through either. We've done all the logic of matching that we can. Blood on the snow. A lot of it. Someone was gravely injured, potentially. So it looks as if the murder occurred here, doesn't it? Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Alden was killed over there by the snowman, right? We did. I think his blood might belong to somebody else. What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Alden's. Okay, need to remind you. He knew that there was... Okay. Trying to see what I'm looking for here. Did he dig up a body? That's the only thing that would make any of this make sense. It does, and if they were, which seems entirely believable, it's just whoever's blood this is. It wasn't yet dry. Mr. Alden's body was placed here. I get it, which means that the other person's blood was spilled not long before Mr. Alden was killed. I think it does, yes, but if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction? Does it? And it's not in the tape. And it's not in the autopsy report. And it's not in the case file. One of the children set the orphanage yard on fire as a prank sometime during the evening before the incident. I don't think it'd be the fire. Read the report on night. The package we laid to rest.
Eureka!
Okay, I just thought maybe it was like they're gonna say they killed somebody and it was a body. But it's not. I think all my best laid arguments are just not working on the blood. Would that present a contradiction in the footprints? Because they could just move the brick. That means nothing. And I don't know if the flowers mean anything. But the footprints don't light up, so I don't think that'd be it. And he's mentioned the blood specifically. Oh, is it? Wait, I figured it out. Wait, I figured it out. It's the only part where there's no snow, huh? Because of the fire, one of the kids said, imagine how the snow here melted as a result. Must be the unluckiest orphanage in the world. First the fire, then a murder. The fire came first, but just because it caused the snow to melt. Oh, I got it! Okay, let's see.
Eureka!
Yeah! Oh, it's the fire! There's a clear contradiction here. Because the blood melted on the snow, and then the fire happened to melt the blood. Is it the blood stain? The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire. Which means the blood in question was spilt before the fire was started. Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no? If we chose to believe the case file, yes. Another falsification. The fire was actually set after what happened there. The kid who it might not have seen, or might have seen something. Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winter's version of events. We need to know more about this fire. You? Yes, Shifu. The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might have been a record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Zhengfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. Oh, he's getting into it. There should. What kind of something exactly? I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I remembered where. It's in my father's office. He had a picture of it. Or at least of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Oh, possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Look at him coming through with that crystal clear memory. Yes, Shifu. That's why we loved Lang. He's great. Oh my gosh, it's finally complete. Holy shit. That took forever. For absolutely ever. I still didn't got to see Maya up in the top there. That's so stupid. They let me see it for a second, and I couldn't even interact with it like I could the other game where they're in the rowboat. I just saw Maya in a tiny little corner. Shifu, I'm back. It's so irritating. I brought everything the police had on the fire, and I also brought the picture from your father's office. They got that shit quick! About time. Well, Cap, that was quick! We'll hand it over! That was so quick! Francisca, be nice. Take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? This is it. This is the picture I remember. Okay, when the goat had 2 horns. Is that Canis with his dog? So Canis was there. This is it. This is the picture I remember. Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident? It sure looks like a kid drew it, huh? Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of a child who set the fire. Shifu, there's... What now? Look, it'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor? Why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation, although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Can we see the case file for the fire too? Sure, here. You'll just give me a moment to read through it. It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident, and then disappeared several days later? What? Must have been because he saw something, right? No, a kid? Really? That's horrible. That's sadly not unimaginable. Wasn't the kid left something behind that was put into evidence? What's this? But what is it doing in this case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Something very much like it, yes. I know where yeah, gimme. I can do it. We got it.
Take that!
The kid had it. That's even more proof! Don't know what it was doing in the evidence for this case, but it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy. Hey, that was President Wang's. You've seen it before. Of course. He always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. I see. There's a special device inside that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Hey, you think maybe putting the horn back, it might unlock some more recordings? You never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor. It's gonna be missing, isn't it? Hey, you heard the man. Yes, Shifu. I'll go fetch it right away. It's gonna be missing! Here, okay. I was so nervous. Here it is, Shifu. The Torosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work. Hand it over to the prosecutor over there. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? Hey! It's whole again after 12 years. It fits perfectly. And? Any more recordings on there? Hi, June. Sorry, President Wang. It's me, Amelie. I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon, and I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to. Turn it off right now! What's gotten into Judge Gaville? Are you okay? Just turn it off, please! That's her, it's her! You see, I had a baby, a beautiful little boy! Your beautiful little boy! No! No! Oh no. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean! Sean Finn! And it's a nice ring to it, don't you think? No! Sean Finn? The kid? And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought You can meet me if you'd like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. What? He was my dad? I'm sorry, Sean. So that was her. Here to explain what the heck is going on? Gaville? Sean? Oh, yeah, okay. I was having so many bad feelings about her being 13. Oh my gosh. Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him. And he was aware of this? Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins. Okay, was she at least like 20 at the time? But we were also friends, the best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters, and so when she died... Why does this just feel like AI1? This is just AI Somnium, but with Miles Edgeworth. It seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity a secret, and I decided that the best way to do that would be for him never to know in the first place. That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president. Hey. Yes, Sean? You sure he was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Jiangfa. Makes sense. That line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at an orphanage. She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her. So the blood was his mom's blood? Sorry, Judge Gaville, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked the president to come. Why didn't she show herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her. I bet that was Chairman Winter's doing. Though sadly we can't prove it. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. And she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean. Okay, so not the blood of the cousin, but someone else's blood. Sean, are you thirsty? You wanna go get a soda or some milk? He wants milk, obviously. He's a freak. I think I saw a vending machine. You can't buy myself a soda. This is important. It's about me. I'm staying. Oh, that didn't work at all. Well, he's not a little kid. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. So that's it. That was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone, but also that you were alive and well. More than well. But it makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gaville was so keen to avoid sharing the details of the meeting. I will say, in a roundabout way, all of these cases have fit together better, I think, than some of the other cases. Like, I don't know why the third case in these games is always kind of like, it's an important case, but also sometimes it's not an important case. Like the Steel Samurai, it sets up the Steel Samurai for the rest of the series. But in connection to the cases around it, it's not like that connected. And the previous one was more about, the Bakers in the past and Gregory Edgeworth. So it connected, but it also doesn't connect in that sense. But these two and then the first two connect way more. Just way more. Yeah, she wanted to have to, she would have had to share the truth about Sean too. That was why I took the lion lilies with me, so there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie, and that I knew her well. These flowers bore special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wayne gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now, he too is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him. Shifu. I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there the whole time. Can't it wait? They sent someone else from Jiangfa. Beep! President Wang's will. His will? What? The president's will, huh? Don't you hate that? When it's like, you have to like tell your boss something, or you have information for your boss, but they're like super absorbed in something else, so you just have to like stand there like, hey, hey, there's something I need to tell you. You're just like, And I get like two seconds. It's important. And you're just like waiting for them to notice you and like acknowledge that you're there. It's so awkward. I hate that. It's the curse of being an underling. He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there was no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Hey, boss man, acknowledge me. Acknowledge me, boss man, please. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. Bro just gave you a bunch of medals like participation trophy, and those are the jewels? Goodness. What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems like he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son! Hey! Oh, Sean was about to get rid of all of his daddy issues, and now he just got tenfold more. Sean's name appears in the president's will? And we're certain that the document is authentic? That President wrote it himself? Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. They'll want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it. Being the genuine article. Like much a renowned world leader, and a child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir, and he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's all, I guess. I still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're President Wang's son. Well, it's a president, not a king. I mean, yeah, it matters, but I guess it's like somebody else. Sean! Sean! Oh, now we get a to be continued. 2.5 fucking hours later, holy shit! No, I was gonna, that better be the end. Jeez. Sean. He was my dad. It can't have been easy learning the truth about your father sent me so unexpectedly, and too late to ever get to know him. You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean. I get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But he was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why did he tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. Aw, they got a hug. I'm so sorry. Not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would never have happened, and he wouldn't have... I've ruined everything. Everything! It's all my fault! I even ruined your flowers! Sean! Please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while. Bond between parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Zhangfa, so I knew that much at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. Oh, you're right. I believe we learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it all end up with your father's theories about the case? I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing what he figured out. What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are you any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago? You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now all we need to do is follow them. I wonder if the dad was able to figure all this out too. All the way to the truth? The real story of the SS5 incident. President went to the orphanage. I like how they're basically just all debating each other and giving theories. Like, this is definitely testament, but yeah, it's an argument. Like, okay, what's your theory? What's my theory? And then they kind of like work out what the true theory might be. By poking holes in it. Like, well, no, that couldn't have happened because of this. Well, that couldn't happen because of this. Explain this. And then they kind of get to the truth. It's really interesting. So the president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. Force probably proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fenn. Except he was kidnapped and Alden happened to see it. Alden hadn't been there. There wouldn't have been a murder. There wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. That's where the contradiction is, because there still would have been a murder because of the blood. Is that they had to move his body to the planters and stage his photo to throw everything off the scent. Okay, we got him. So that's our current theory, is it? No. But the thing I still don't understand. There is? Ever staging the picture. They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't? Because he was complicit. It's a good question. Maybe closer to discovering the truth than we think. We'll have to get there one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away. Okay, wait.
Hold it!
Press on this. If Mr. Alden hadn't been there, huh? That's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain? There's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have happened without any blood being spilled. There it is. But could it? He makes it as if Mr. Alden's fault he was murdered. That's not what Agent Ling is saying, Kay. What he means is that Mr. Alden was the only person who died at the orphanage that night. Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. But the ransom was paid and he came home safely, right? She's right, of course, but why does something bother me about that? I think it might be worth taking a look at the evidence. Yeah, there it is, there it is. I got it. The one time I understand where the blood is supposed to be. Because it's not his blood. You're saying that there would have been no murder if Mr. Alden hadn't witnessed the kidnapping. But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if he hadn't been there, a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. Yet it remains possible that Mr. Alden wasn't the only person killed that night. There were a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Alden was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. All the blood by the planters belonged to somebody else. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it. But it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed there 12 years ago, but two. You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered up this other homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. They had a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. This evidence clearly shows something else happened that night.
Take that!
Excelsius Winter tried to shroud the evidence of another murder in darkness. But there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress, thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. My father. Cast your mind back, if you will. More daddy issues, by the way. And now Sean has daddy issues. My gosh. This whole game is just daddy issues. It's just Mass Effect 2 all over again. And that's not even an exaggeration. Something else was hidden among with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of a child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. Why would Chairman Winter wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have. That's why. He did, but what was it? It's right here in this picture. Canis! Picture my father kept. I think we can all agree that the president on the right-hand side, and that's the Torosaurus to his hand. But who's that standing across from him?
Take that!
Eastern robes and a black dog. That can only be Canis. What? The creepy assassin guy? And what would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can think of only one thing. So did Canis hire Shelly the Killer to go after the president? And now he's all pissed off because he feels like he got played, so now he's going after Canis himself. Assassin versus assassin. No, it was spy versus spy, but this is assassin versus assassin. Gotcha. Let's see, that's right. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination. Aye! And Warren the Guard and Chairman Winter were... Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and one other suppressed testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Alden was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination, and not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all. You think about it, how could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently. Yeah, we even met him. Indeed. So we have a president killed 12 years ago and a president killed in the last 48 hours. 2 presidents, in other words. One was a fake, one was a fake! That's why he began to distrust his country immediately. Which is completely impossible. Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be 2 presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot. Regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Bangfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together. President Angeling spoke of as a noble and capable leader. Oh, no, Presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Entirely unlikely the man we met. It really did seem as if there were 2 completely different people. How could one country have 2 presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it's possible for there to be 2 presidents. Was a body double? One of the 2 was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. A body double? President Ming was a man of great power and influence in Jangfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago. It's true, there are more than a few assassination attempts, but that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than 1 president. Now that proof. Do you have any proof that there was more than 1 president? Do we? It wouldn't be in the autopsy report. And it wouldn't be in the IS-7 incident, because there wasn't a president involved in this one. This part was the 51st floor, but didn't see the president pass through? This photo proves nothing. Okay. This photo also proves nothing, except that he was holding the flowers. I feel like I don't really have evidence. I want to say it's the picture, but I don't think it is. President Wang's here for some reason, and then there's another President Wang? 2 President Wangs? It occurred on February 10th, 12 years ago. President of Jangwa was kidnapped and ran for $100 million. President's presence at embassy until midnight confirmed by Day Long Lang. Oh! Is it the case overview? Because if he was killed here, like at 2 different spots, maybe? Was that where the second one was and they called him over? Because the president's presence was confirmed if that was already the switch, because he was gone.
Take that!
I don't think he's noticed the contradiction staring him in the face. Or is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. In Amelie Faye's recording, she said asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at the time. Huh? How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy with your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in 2 places at once is if there were 2 of him. Oh! So the real president, that was the one who died 12 years ago, I think it might have been. But why? And who? And who would have hired Candace to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the piece of evidence that recently discovered was a fake. Fake evidence. What was it again?
Take that!
The picture. The picture taken with Mr. Aldown's camera was staged sometime after his murder, and Mr. Aldown was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph, too, must have been taken after the real president's death. So who is the president in the staged photo? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. Maybe the president's body double had him killed so he could take his place permanently. Celsius Winter TV Guard helped him do it. Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. Are you telling me it magically disappeared?
Objection!
That's what they buried was the president's body. Now you know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time.
Take that!
Chairman Winter dug something up last night. Something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve the real president's body. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important. Wait, you mean... That's right, the real president's body. I think it's highly likely anyway. What?! The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones will surely remain. Yeah, you had to come for the bones. We know bones! We've seen bones! This is all about the bones! They could have been able to tell. Mr. Powers informed us that the construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains. Yeah, I guess once they start digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh? Agent Lang, we need to have a so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. There's a body underneath one of them. There should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get somebody from forensics. Would there be? I don't know, the dirt would have been really torn up. I don't know. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains are found in the dirt, along with other signs of body have been buried. I wonder what they found. So it really was him. Bones were also recovered from the home of Mr. Excelsius Winter in the bag. The physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it. So as suspected, the real President Wang was killed 12 years ago, and the SS-5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Holy, now yeah, presidential assassination on our foreign country would be a big deal. Well, so it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track. Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly. Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage. 12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. It's his aim to meet his infant son. The footprints were originally assumed to be those of Mr. Aldown. Seemed like to have been actually made by the president upon his arrival. Instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by an assassin, Canis. That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only two, indeed. But at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure that the job was swiftly and efficiently completed. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred. Mr. Aldown's murder. Yes, it seemed he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. That was the site that sealed his fate. We now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough away that he believed that he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point, I guess as if he looked knocked out, they'd assume that he was asleep and not dead. Oh, and the body double who had come to meet up with his co-conspirators walked right up behind Mr. Aldown, leading to our unfortunate eyewitness being murdered by the man who plotted to replace the president. So was it the body double who moved Mr. Aldown's body too? Yes, I think it probably was. But none of the footprints could have been his, could they? Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. What shows how the body double managed to move the body without leaving any footprints? The shoes themselves? What if the president's body will move Mr. Aldown's body like this? After killing Mr. Aldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes, meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president, of course, he would have been the same shape and size. It would have looked like a single set of footprints. That's how it all went down. I'm so glad we finally figured it out. But wait, there's one other thing I still don't get. There is? What? Why do they need to pretend there was a kidnapping? Mr. Alden had seen the president at the orphanage and left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message, so they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true, by staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw. Exactly. I think the two people in the photo are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde. She's the one in the trench coat? How could he be so sure of it? Two of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's footprints as he did before. Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers. The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were on size 9, too small for a chairman winner, in other words, which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. That explains how a so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. It does, which means my father must have, noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof. But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No, he appears to have told it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead. And he knew what would happen if the news ever got out. Zhang Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping and our family being ruined! He rather knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it. Coward! He should have led to the truth! Well, it's finally coming to light at last. Is it indeed intriguing? Huh? What? Who's there? Oh, that sound! Is that a bell? Still in the prison uniform, too! Canis! And the gross dog. What the heck are you doing here? We're the law. You think you just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem? Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhear the fascinating conversation you were having. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too much to miss, I suspect. You killed President Wang. I did, but that's nothing I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned, or someone else, should I say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose? Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary to find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red trench coat. What? Wait, you know who they are? In a matter of speaking. What did you call him again? A secret mastermind? Is it the kid? Is it the kid who disappeared? And is it Gusto's son that he abandoned? Is your friend in the red trench coat of course, red raincoat? The prosecutor looks like a little surprised, doesn't he? Helmut, yes he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, you know. 12 long years. Wait. The drawing? Because he stayed quiet? What? As you have surmised, it is I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I too became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter President Winner, Lagarde, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. So it was the president's body double who hired you? I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Yeah, you're the body double, that's the point. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who said I couldn't just be as good as him? Because you're not him? There was a difference, of course. Even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president doesn't mean it makes the president, does it, boy? No. So he got his wish and became the boss, but he couldn't quite fill the predecessor's shoes. Rook's not around, that means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. Yeah, of course I do. I'm leading on me. Again, all coming full circle here. The same story playing out twice. Seems the king and his knight were much the same. The president still knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals. Locals such as Chairman Winner. Once Miss Sen had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap. The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity. Indeed, and with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete. Warden Lagarde. Now, quid pro quo, where might I find the pup? Makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same. He set a little fire that night. One in the yard of the orphanage. Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of prank, right? A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. Oh. Why? From there, he happened to see Winter and Lagarde carrying away a dead body. He also overheard the hatching a certain sort of little plots. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. What is this kid doing? So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire. Is this kid an arsonist? No way, so that's what the fire was for? Must have been ever so beautiful. Winter and Lagarde were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of the side entrance. Why? He never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this? I do indeed. Don't I, Helmut? Yes, I do. This is getting really weird. Okay, let's press... It was I who killed President Wang, but that meant that I too became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter President, Winter, Lagarde, all very keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, I might have succeeded. Wait, again?
Hold it!
So the truth you've met before? Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve 18 years back. That long ago, and 18 years. 18 years Christmas Eve was the day of the case, when Artie Frost was, killed. Could it be Artie Frost's son? But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing, more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I'd taken Helmut out for a walk. He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. When I got up to him, he was shivering. He was sniffing a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one. And inside I found two young boys shivering and semi-conscious. Both the kids! And one of them is tied up? Two? Yes, and had I found them even an hour later, the poor wretched would never have made it. Oh, was it Artie Frost kidnapped the kid? Yeah, okay, I got you. I took them both to the nearby orphanage. Is it new, or is there something significant about it you just told us? There is. What is about Candace's statement that is especially noteworthy? The number of people. You're certain there were 2 children in that car? It was a long time ago, but I remember it as clearly as if they were yesterday. There were 2 of them, no doubt about it. Why do you ask, Mr. Prosecutor? Is there some significance in the number? He's right. Perhaps there isn't anything particularly important about what he just said now. Well, would that be all in the matter? What is about Candace's statement that's especially noteworthy? The date? This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago? You're certain of that? I am. Holy smokes! We have something that shows why the date is so significant! Which piece of evidence relates to the date on which Candace found the children?
Take that!
Bam! That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor. No way! An incident in which aftermath of which 2 children went missing. The son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Camillo Gusto. I guess because Gust wind, because Gust food. Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh? They almost died! Intriguing, I guess because Gusto abandoned us. Maybe he thought he would just die in the car and freeze. That's why he abandoned him. He's like, I don't care. Let's see. Intriguing, the son of a murder and the son of a victim. I suppose that would make sense. It would? One of the boys was bound hand, foot, you see. That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition. Indeed, because without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning. So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details. They weren't? No, when we met each other again on that night, 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seemed that they really were on the brink of death when I found them, and the shock of the experience caused them both to lose more amnesia? They weren't able to remember their names. Wow, so they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids? If what he was telling us was true, that would seem likely yes. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Is it both? Another set of accomplices? It was both of them? Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next? By all means. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent into prison, but then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. People from 12 years ago? You mean Lagarde, Winter, and the President, I assume? Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison, where he was an inmate this whole time, right? I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been, but then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course. Because she murdered President Wang, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the president as a fake, it would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winter too. Exactly, and not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing me that night. I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you'd like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. So you heard the recording? Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know who you are, President Wang. I couldn't help but overhearing the news. Congratulations! But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I am employed to kill, which in this case means you. No. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him. And it might be my only chance. Please, just give me a few minutes longer. Thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I, but the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to worst. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns there, correct? Horns? You can see them? I don't need to see, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see, and for longer than you may realize. The president meant to tell the world about Sean and prepare something in case of the worst, but it's not enough simply to leave Canis's word on the matter. Of course. We have something that proves that he's telling us the president said is true. The will! A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us, after all. The name of the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked. The information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time, and Sean's true identity with it. President Wang was more agile than I anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece broke off and hit the snow, my next strike hit his mark. So it was Canis who tore the horn off the Torosaurus doll. I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and the poor pup. The kid heard it too because he was in the little igloo. Have I remained in contact? When people start cropping up, there's more than just people. It does all seem a little too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? An attempt was made on the life of the man who was pretending to be the President Wang all these years. Warden Lagarde murdered Bronco Knight while he was being held in prison she ran. And Excelsius Winter, chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, murdered Rosie Ringer. And the more I think back, the more it seemed at the time that some mysterious other presence was lurking behind all those incidents. Yes, even from behind bars, it was rather obvious that something strange was going on. Now let's say it's been a second. Unexpected savior. I wonder if we use the Rosie Ringer letter as evidence to there being more people involved.
Objection!
No.
Hold
Okay, so you
it!
stayed in contact. So you're able to continue communicating with him from prison. I was via a post office box. What's that? It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address. I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see. By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the two of you communicating about? We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and writing about our respective lots of life. Correspondence chess. But didn't you used to play that with... Yeah, with Knight. It's not like as it seems Mr. Canis' chess opponent was Mr. Knight. Yeah, it was Mr. Knight. We found the diagram of the game in his cell, too. So does that mean Knight had something to do with the IS-7 business? Wait, could that be it? Well, how old is Knight? He's 24, and it's been 12 years. So if he was 12? I don't know, it feels a little old. Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident? Yes, we do.
Take that!
So he was already Frost-Sun, maybe? Or maybe they got it confused? This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue here somewhere? A ring and a chest set. Which could it be? The ring. The ring! What about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Fender, take a closer look if you would. That design! That's Paul Halleck's trademark mark! Indeed. It looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work with into a ring. But why would Knight have been carrying it? And why was it not with the rest of the evidence when IS-7 incident? They tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. If I remember rightly, old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. Later! I heard on the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods. Including the seal, it would seem. Which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death. So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son? Cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over. And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right? Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight?
Objection!
Knight is dead! Gusto's son! How could he possibly be involved in our current case? Far out, so our only candidate for genius mastermind is the guy who already kicked the bucket? That's impossible, there are two kids! How could a dead guy be behind all this? It is a little perplexing, but then who else could it be? Okay, so you stopped hearing from them. He stopped responding? That seems strange. I'm glad you agree. Helmut did too, of course. The big scary one really said that? What, like, woof woof? That's barking man. He does not need to talk in order for me to hear him, my dear. He doesn't? Okay, well then let me ask you something. That look he's giving me, the super intense kind of scary glare, he's not trying to say he's hungry, is he? He might be. He might be? Mr. Edward, help! He really isn't fond of Candace's pet, it seems. Yes, he's a good boy. Now where was I? Oh. I did so used to enjoy tapping out my little letters in Braille. In Braille? That's how you wrote all of them? That's right. I have the tools to do so in my cell. Huh, so you have to use special tools? I never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense. What exactly did you write about, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, this and that. General chit-chat and chess moves, of course. You wrote chess moves in Braille, too? That's interesting. Speaking of chess moves, does that piece you carved yourself move, the dog? Perhaps we can talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened when the letter stopped. Well, I sat myself and tried to imagine when he might have gone. Okay, Nope, I still don't get it. What does he mean? Who's this pup he keeps talking about? Who indeed? It seems that not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. We should focus on what we do know. That there was a connection between the two of them. Okay, wait. I think I got it. Because the letter we have is written. It's not in Braille.
Objection!
There it is. You said that you wrote all of your letters in Braille, is that correct? I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but do you know about my condition, don't you? That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Mr. Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all. Really? But surely that's impossible? How so exactly? Because someone typed Mr. Candace's letter out on purpose? I mean, they may have had some sort of intermediary between the two of them, so then... Mr. Candace says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet... the letters received by Mr. Knight contained no Braille at all. This shows that there must be a third party who typed Mr. Candace's letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was that would have taken Mr. Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille? They could indeed. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Candace. Mr. Candace, the answers you received, they were written in Braille too, yes. So someone mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronxers' missives? And that same person might well be our secret string puller. Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So who's this new one? Bronco Knight's son of Artie Frost is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for? Carmelo Gusto's son. But who is he and where is he? Because he never showed up. If that was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be... I've known him since we were kids. Both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see. Just like me. Him? But surely not? The only one who fits the age? The only one who fits the age is Simon Saint. And he's the only character that makes any... Is it Simon? It's gotta be Simon. It's Simon! He was friends with Bronco! What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet. Of course. It all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is. I figured out Simon! Who? You have to tell us! I hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. The person we've been looking for is...
Take that!
It has to be the person behind all of this. The person who forced Sharon Winter's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. It's gotta be. Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster. What? Did you really just say what I thought you did? Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind. Oh, I almost forgot. We're, doing a new show soon. I'd love if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right. The Big Berry Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Miss Lloyd, could I ask you a favor? Who, little old me? What kind of favor? You told us you recorded the sound of the Torosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps? Ooh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper and gosh darn tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy, did I hear him. Can we listen to the tape? You surely can. Now let's see. Don't scream again. That's it. That's the sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all this, it's all falling into place! Miss Hart, you saw a giant out of the window of the storeroom, did you not? Yep. Snap me a good pic of it too. Even if you can't really see it so well. You can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Your image analyzer. Can we borrow it again? Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir? This photograph right here. Gotcha. I'm on it. Who we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it. It's so... This is so silly.
Eureka!
So silly! That's... See? I done told y'all, Torosaurus' own dang self. Yes. There it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme. Monster? Whoa, hey! You're finally ready to admit it. He's dang real. The big bad bull himself.
Objection!
I can't believe how good the series is, being the old characters in episodes of Big Bear Circus. Right? It's so, they do such deep cuts that if you haven't been following along, you're gonna miss so much. It's actually insane. No, but it is that isn't Torosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would. Big Berry Circus flyer? Oh wait, look. You see it? The enormous lion balloon. It's a balloon. That's the real monster. The sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature of breathing fire. Oh, it was the gas for the balloon. Oh, come on. You're really gonna bring me crashing down to Earth like that? That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air? They do. And our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the rooftop of the big building without ever going near the elevator. So this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus? The circus worker, friend of the Bronxster, son of Gusto? Whoa, you're not serious. You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. But he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time, like the monkey pulling his strings. That's right, Simon Saint is the one behind all this. Wild. Simon? But everything, really? I don't believe you. We trusted him, and he trusted us. You can't tell me that all of it was lies. That would be too horrible. I'm sorry, Kay. Who was that? Hey, where do you think you're going, old man? Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done. What? No! Mr. Canis, wait! He got bowled over by the dog! Aww. Poor Edgeworth. Damn it, he disappeared. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't worry, I'm fine, but... Damn you. Oh, you alright, Sean? He killed my dad. He did, right? Your real father, yes. There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did. He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow, some way, I'll... Overruled. No, Sean. You mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both. I just put the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis. I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. Before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Agent Lang. There is? What? Once a beast is inside, the next step is to plan its capture. Ooh! Look at that big brain on Edgeworth. That's why he's so cool. He's so conniving. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yes, sir. I want help too, Mr. Edgeworth. Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If St. Really's our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Regina's? Maybe? Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it, but I'm going to put things right once and for all. There was no way to know, though. He was very subtle. He was incredibly subtle. The mastermind's okay, we're at the end. This is it. We're at the final spot. And only one meager sighting of Maya. That's what'll be nice to get out of this game, is there's been so little of Phoenix, Maya, and Pearl. I need to see them grown up. I am desperate. Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth. You guys come back to watch the show? Hello, Mr. Barry, Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise. Yes, I remembered you giving me this. His downfall. That's so great. You're going to have so much fun. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? I think you've surprised me enough for one day already. Ooh, that is not a good response. He's getting wise to why they're here. What are you talking about? Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye paint on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct? Oh, yeah. What is this exactly? I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for. You do? Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that would be Simon. But wait, you don't mean... Mr. Saints. You took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you? Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I need to put it in some extra hours. At night, when it would have been even more difficult than usual, a strange time to decide to practice. But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kate to the top of the big building in order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security camera never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only person able to make that happen would have been you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand. It's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never ever do anything like that. I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed. Oh, Jeannie! Jaina, I don't have trust in you either. That's why I have like 4 gates set up around my house. Because these puppies are not trustworthy. They are so bad. They will sneak off and pee and poo and get into whatever they want to get into. Doors closed, everything closed. They have to be treated like prisoners, essentially. They are prisoners in this house. They move at my command and my grace. I want you to remember that, puppies. You need to remember that. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You held me back in jail. You said you believed I was innocent. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. I mean... He doesn't look like the kid. We don't have the picture. But this doesn't look like the kid from the picture. His hair is red. The kid's hair is black. I mean, he might have dyed it for this, but... just seems a little suspicious. This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me. We didn't lie. I swear, Simon, You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kate. It hurts so much. I'm sorry. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simon we're talking about here. He's not a bad person. I see it now. That's your strategy, is it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from an arch manipulator behind all of our troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you wouldn't fool me again. Simon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention. Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine. That's so evil. Oh, no, the hair's coming down. No, the hair's coming down. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh! That's an armrest of animals! Well done. No, he's a master manipulator. Oh my gosh. Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. I know! That's so not what I expected! So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess it was all an act. It's the glare. It's like the Levi Ackerman glare. It does something to a person. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you. Simon, this can't be true, can it? Truth lies. What does it matter? Huh? Oh, get the crazy eyes too. All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. Also, he has his Deadly Davis fixed up in his evil persona makeup. Hey, they do good work. Now he's gonna pay. They do really good work. I was just out practicing, Avi. Sure, I was up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took the picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles, nothing at all. So you're going up in the balloon reasonably often. Yeah, promoting the circus like I said. Is that true, Miss Fairy? Well, it's true that Simon's job to go up into the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen it up there by now. That same balloon was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense! I just happened to be in the area when it happened. Nobody took a picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all. I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby. Thank you very much. Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. Okay, let's save. Okay, and it's still a true phase. Okay, we got some time. I'm gonna run the restroom really quick before we get into the rebuttal, so I can actually think about what I need to say. Excuse me, pups. Excuse me, pups. Medley May, you're so pretty. You're so pretty. Come here, Medley May. Oh, come on, you're so big. You're so big. You're so big. Come on, you can do it. Big stretch. Come on. Come on. Yeah, there she is. Oh, that was so big. Come here. I know. You're so tired. Oh, there you go. You're so tired. Just the sleepiest sheep. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. How about just practicing? The balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus? No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see. How do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. Kind of impressive that it can even get off the ground now that I think about it. I'd prefer if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Wow, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. It's a truck, okay? Just load it onto the back and away you go. A truck. Wait! Trucku! We got him! That's how I would have been 2 days ago. That'd be important. I better keep that in mind.
Hold it!
Also press this really quick. So just to confirm, the truck hasn't been anywhere else since then. Why would you need to confirm that? I just told you, didn't I? Answer the question, or are you trying to avoid this one too? Oh, that was a cheap shot even for you. If I say something, you don't need to confirm it because I just said it. See how that works? But since you insist, the truck's been parked out back since the day before last, and the balloon was still loaded in the back, basket and all. Now explain to me why that even matters. Alright now, I think I'll just thank you for giving me a straight answer for once and leave it there. So it means that the truck has been parked here since 2 days ago. I think you might have let more slip here than you realized, Mr. Saint. How is he a master manipulator, but also really dumb? Are you done? Alright, as I was saying... I mean, we got him here. If I can get through my 4 fucking pages of evidence. Janie May! This truck, it wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance. So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today, with a large basket loaded into the back. If that was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having been moved in 2 days is a lie. Hey! Oh, it's Emma! Agent Lang, Emma! There you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last! I'm trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away. And I found what you asked me to look for! Hey! It was loaded into a truck in the parking lot out back, a blue truck. Nice, we got him. Okay, so we got the lion balloon. Well, well. I think that truck might have been the one we saw earlier today, in fact. I'm almost certain of it.
Objection.
Just because it's blue, like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one? No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure.
Objection.
Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? That wasn't me! Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims without evidence. Wow, you sound just like him. Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it. Read for them to save. Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No, wait, you can tell just from that? Luminal testing. Fingerprint dusting. There wouldn't have been any blood. Metal detector? Testing for my fingerprints! I like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Huh? Why would you want to do that? Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints. If I do, that will prove beyond all doubt that the truck we saw in front of the Biggs building. Whose fingers will prove we saw it? Mine. Yours. You think you're going to find your own prints on there? I do, because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time? That's why I'm here. One moment, please. Oh yeah, we got him. All right, take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. I gotta do it. Me? Okay, what? At the end of the game? What else? Who else do you think was gonna do it? Don't worry, it's pretty easy. I'll show you how. Fine. So just spread the powder of the area you want to search for prints, like this. Why at the end of the game? I'm pretty much done today. Are you joining to the end? I'm wiped out too. I feel you. My week's about to get really rough too. I have to get up early tomorrow, and then I have to go into work early as well. It's gonna be a long day, and then I go Tuesday, and then I go in early Thursday, and I think I'm gonna go in Friday as well, because I probably will need it with how the schedule works out. But oh man, am I looking forward to like 3 early days. I am not an early person. This sucks. Sticks to fingerprints. Once you found one, make sure to dump plenty on there. So far, I'm enjoying it. I want to see how it wraps up. I think that's gonna help. It wrapping up will help. I want to see where the answers lie. Blow away the excess. Blow away? Yeah, with your mouth. Like that. Like that. Blowing with extra any excess powder. Alright. You got all that? Yes, thank you. Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder. By the way, go crazy. See, they could just do this. So some Professor Laytons are like touchscreen enabled, and this was GBA, so I don't think it had touchscreen yet. But some of the later ones probably did because of DS. So Can't they just do like they did for this and get Professor Layton on this? And they did that for other DS games too, just make it a button prompt. That's it, that's nice and clean print you got there. Can we compare it to my prints right away? Yep, leave it to me. Jaina, no. That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, all right. And with that, another lie is exposed. Arrgh, not the bunnies! So, what are you gonna do? What are you doing in the truck? Oh, just driving around for fun, you know?
Objection!
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby.
Objection!
Coincidence, nothing more. You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Just be honest, you were involved in both. What makes you think they were connected?
Objection!
Really cool little thing that's about to happen. I'm very excited to see. I think it's that cutscene you mentioned. Let's see, a certain very important piece of evidence. That's what. Huh? Oh, this should be good. What connects Kay and Sean's abductions? The bottle of medication that was used?
Take that!
Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less. I need you to try something like this. So the same sedative was used, so what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do that it doesn't prove anything for sure. You must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, and you flat out make it up just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting. Winner. No, I'm nothing like him. Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? It's no use. We don't have anything tied directly to both kidnappings. Okay, you're about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Great, we'll have to show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind...
Objection!
Hey, Fender. Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Wouldn't you want your good looks running down your face now, would you, Simon, old pal? What are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I'd lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old great thief magic. You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see. If I can use Simon's voice, here goes. Objection. What are you... Take this seriously, will you? Thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Milester. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again. We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Satan and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything that suggests that he is our mastermind? Of course! Candace was looking for a secret string puller too. The young pup, he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint is the same young pup, then perhaps... What evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? It's not here. Coordinating with signal that each bug that was planted in Kay's pin. Person in the red coat planted this inside Kay's Yadagarasu pin. Oh, this doesn't really prove anything. Nothing here really proves anything besides a pin having a bug in it. Him specifically. The animal trainer specifically. Behind the scenes information was the bug, Miss Lloyd's tape, A pocket chess set and a ring? I didn't see the president pass through. Wonder President Wang can record and play back sound. Wouldn't be the truck. We already used the truck. Sean's rehearsal tape, no. History. Candace was looking for a secret string puller too, the young pup as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was the same young pup, then perhaps, what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? Behind the scenes, but maybe not directly involved with Candace? This doesn't really tell us anything. Doesn't really connect to Saint either. Whenever Candace retyped by the mastermind sent to the Bronco Knight, no. I'm very much not sure. The animal tamer and trained by the Berry Big Circus, who is also the criminal mastermind behind this recent string of incidents. A letter written... I mean, it's typed, but that doesn't mean anything. So he would have prepared this. And this. And the child's drawing. If we're getting all of our evidence in a row, everything that would connect to him as a mastermind would be these 3 items, plus the fire. Wade's tape. The bug. Person in the red raincoat planted this inside Kei's Yadagarasu pin. A pocket chest set and oh, well maybe according to that intercepted from the bug that was planted in Kei's pin. I mean, it could be the child's drawing. Because how would this pin... Could it be the chess set? Because he's the one that brought it tonight, but they knew each other. We know they knew each other. Where's the what about IS-7? Okay, this doesn't say anything. But it doesn't really connect him to IS-7. Smaller balloon used for promotional purposes. Can we look at it? That doesn't tell me anything. Saint is in charge of it and drives it around in the back of the street. Again, that doesn't mean anything. I might need to try something to see what they say, like the dialogue that they're like, oh, well, I need to try this angle instead, or maybe I need to think more like this. They give you like, they try to give you hints.
Take that!
Is that it? I think you and Mr. were both communicating with this person, Mr. Candace. It's gotta be. It's the only thing that connects everything. Oh my god, that was a guess. And that same person might well be our secret string puller. That's right, our mastermind was involved in Candace and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them. Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. I don't have anything and I have to practice for the show, so if you don't mind...
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more interventions. Ooh, just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Miles Reno's back in the game for sure. Get him, Miles Reno! I'm Simon, the funny clown. Look at me, I'm juggling. Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it? Huh? Where did that come from? Chess, sure, I don't hate it. A secret string puller is playing correspondence chess with Mr. Candace.
Objection!
I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind? No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted himself between Mr. Knight and Canis. You think the person was me? Why would I go to all the trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. And the very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him. What, you're saying he set it up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Objection.
Listen to yourself. Who do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? Well, yeah. Trainee my ass. You see me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want. That's a contradiction there, buddy. We could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Canis. That would prove the connection beyond a doubt. Oops. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe he might find letters. You won't trust me. Yeah, why to keep them? Are you stupid? What? Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung up in the past, right? Ugh. He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know. So this doesn't prove anything either. We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options? You accuse me of betraying my friends, and you don't even have any proof? You're despicable. Who was that? Oh, hi. Miss Barry? What does she want? Sorry, it's just, I was thinking about what you were saying, and this Knight person, you mean Bronco, right? Simon's friend? Yes, what of it? Does she know something? A letter came from him this morning! Force his last letter. Simon. What? What did you... How is it possible? Knight is dead. Miss Barry, we need to see this letter right away. Sure, here you go. Ah, my nose. Let's open it, shall we? Here's the next move. Pawn to G6. Can somebody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you are never going to beat me, not at chess. It's another correspondence chess piece. Next move for the game with Mr. Canis. Can any of us smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you were never going to beat me, not at chess. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route. Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time. Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. Ooh. This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. Curse you, Bronco. You're still getting in my way, even now. I hate you. I hate you! Simon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend. We weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago when you kidnapped him. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words. I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest, but then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he's so scary. Stop it, Bronco, stop it. I have to meet my dad, I promised. I'm not there to taste his candy for him. He'll be so upset. He needs it. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world. But no, he locked me in that car with him, and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried to, the door was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. What? You lost your dad? Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. Bronco's dad killed... He's Artie Frost's son! Oh, that makes more sense. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simon the well, maybe he thinks... Maybe they got it switched! Maybe he thinks he's Artie Frost's son? Simon, the victim of the IS evidence, was a guy named Artie Frost? Yeah, that was my dad's name. My memories go kind of scrambled that day. What little I remember was pretty mixed up. So I don't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectioner. Gusto. Really, I never knew Bronco's father's name, or maybe I chose not to remember. Ugh, just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I know is that Bronco's dad tricked my dad, and that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die. I think he's wrong.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you have a mistake. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder. Under the name Paul Halleck. So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I find it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father. Hey, okay, so we were right, he's wrong. Huh? Is that your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny, not at all. We can test the blood, I think. With Gusto. We have Gusto, we can figure it out. You're right, it's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable— we have the body now! We can test the blood! The piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son.
Take that!
The ring. Huh? Bronco's chess set and a ring? Yeah, take a look at the ring for me, if you would. What is the engraving gonna tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. This is the seal which Paul Halleck used to mark his works. And it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? Police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight. What? But that's not— that would mean I was— Precisely. You were, in fact, the son of Carmelo Gusto. No, that can't be! My dad was— I remember, don't I? The one that abandoned you, though. Still daddy issues, but just different now. Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He didn't— and you know, that's why it's shaved, so you can see that it's not his natural hair color. He dyes it. That's why it's black. Oh, okay. Let's see. He deserved to die, didn't he? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm right. Anyway, so I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? I was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game, so the show is just the icing on top. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Oh, look at him. Such a dork. Look at him. Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set, but you can take a look at it later. A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks. If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have to end like this. Huh? Did you say something? Me? Oh, it was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco, and farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? Then what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to kill Canis. I tried to be like Canis. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years. So he tried to be a cold serial killer, but he's just a weird manipulator dude. And there we have it, the truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Canis' correspondence chess partner, and you were the one manipulating events this whole time. You're right, it was me. It was me all along. At last, he's finally telling the truth? I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago. Well, you knew that already. The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too, that's why. Lagarde kept questioning me, day in and day out. It got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? But imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life I've been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of the prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything, even though he was a really weak president. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to, Canis, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me. That's quite a claim. Trying to think of our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of a child he saved. He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and to become a hunter myself, and they all became my prey. But I doubt you imagine that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I'm sure I didn't, and as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. But I know him like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was going to go down. So we saw right through their plan. How Chairman Winter would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial. I see, and that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of the evidence or rule of law.
Objection!
Maybe I did, but how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helped you sleep at night. But Winter pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself with the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of actions the man you so fervently claimed to hate. That's only if I actually kidnap anyone at all. But I never do anything so wicked, never ever. Me commit a crime? No. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
Objection!
So you admit it. Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge. Sure, I admit it. So what? I decided every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. He manipulated people into causing murder. The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winter, another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other and none of them succeeded, that was all on them. So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders? Right, same thing at Gourd Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. The whole fake assassination plot, I handed that to Bronco on a plate. It was part of the plan too? So Rook's murder was...
Objection.
No. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? It's, isn't fate kind of crazy? You can't talk like that about a murder. Setting Lagarde up was easy too. I just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chess set. So it was you who put it in there. Yes, it was. I thought that might point everybody nicely to Canis' direction. Worked out pretty well if I do say so myself. Who knew that would be all it took to make the awful one murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she saw just enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive, and then things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to put into play, of course. Who, me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winter and Lagarde. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to both of them.
Objection!
I didn't solve any of those cases for your sake. Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say no a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are. Was getting arrested part of your plan too? No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold, for sure. But then who should come through with the turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation, my knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You gotta thank me, you know? I don't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you, because helping people is what Mr. Edward does. He helped me right when I needed it most. Okay. Aw, did he? You sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister. Don't this clown get you down. He's projecting plain and simple, painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. The poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I got my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from, and yet... But now someone's out for revenge on you for setting them up. You can't provide insight at anything. Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. Think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I didn't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you say I encourage them. But the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove anything at all. Well, this thing says revenge. Candace and... You know, that's about the body. It's gotta be the Rosie letter. It's the only thing we have that's specifically from him. That's not true. You kidnapped me. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever needed was sending letters. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. Yes, they did! Revenge! I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. He's a slippery one, I'll give him that. There's gotta be something we can do. What about this? Excitement stuff he's talking about. Incitement, okay? It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. So then we just need to prove that he told them to do it. You say it like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. Think you can maybe carry the can for the murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I train all these vicious bot items to attack on command, for example? All I have to do is say the word, then slide off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing. But you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show. He will do no such thing. It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go. And, you know, we never figured out what the gunshot residue was that was on the president's hand. So could that... It's probably the same gun, if they're mentioning guns now. Fine, I'll humor you, but once the curtain goes up for this little performance, it better be a lively one. For me, we're done here. Alright, let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? He's not gonna give me an inch. Okay, we're gonna save. Can't provide inside anything. There must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished.
Hold it!
I know for that he made those murders happen. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? You told me yourself.
Objection.
He told us through a voice changer. Did I and he prove it? If you can't, the sense here. Just ask yourself, could this sweet, innocent boy have done the things you say? No. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. We could only prove he said on the phone call. Oh.
Objection!
Okay, that's definitely not. Maybe that's it. We have the letter. I forgot we had the transceiver information, but I can't see what it says. We just have that it was interfered with. They only read what there if there is a transcribing on it. Which is really annoying.
Hold it!
Let's press everything before we try evidence again, because I think that might help.
Objection!
Right, nothing may.
Hold it!
You encourage others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. And if I can prove it, you will be punished just as if you had done the deed yourself. Yeah. What was the word for again? I already forgot. Incitement K. Sharon Winter, Warden Lagarde, and Bronco Knight. All were criminals in their own right, and all committed unforgivable acts. But were all induced to commit those crimes by somebody behind the scenes. This man right here. Oh ho ho ho! You really don't hold back, do you, Miles? But it doesn't change anything.
Hold it!
Nowhere at all? What, you didn't look? I can give you a minute if you'd like. He's clearly confident I won't find anything. You must have planned these letters down to the last word. Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job, but if you can't provide courage to commit those murders, your incitement charge goes up in smoke. Too bad, so sad, huh, Miles? Okay, let's save here. And then I'll try the Rosie Ringer letter to see if the word revenge strikes a chord with this game.
Hold it!
Oh, no.
Objection!
Okay, that's not... Oh, that is damage. So it looks like revenge, at least for this one, won't work. I'll try the next one as well, just to see.
Hold it!
So we already talked about this. Oh, dang it. And they're mentioning Rosie Ringer specifically, so maybe they mean for me to use the Rosie Ringer letter on this point. Present.
Objection!
No, that's not right either. Besides the chess correspondent letter, do we have any other letters or any other recordings? I guess we should try pressing on the last thing. That's the only thing I haven't pressed on yet.
Hold it!
The same story as always. What do you mean by that? Why does that matter? That's not important here. You know what is important, though? That you can prove nothing. Nothing! Can we have some way of showing that he's guilty? They're just going to continue floundering. Either I thrust items in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all one more time. Whichever method I choose, proof is the only way we're going to get anywhere. You confessed to me over the phone. He told me he was the one who made Chairman Winter kill Rosie Ringer. I just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what was said on that call. I mean, the bug wouldn't have a recording on it.
Objection!
There it is! It is the tape! I'm afraid you're wrong. I have everything meant, that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Because you said so yourself. The thing tells you the truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winter kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? I said that weird. I don't remember. I know you think you can worm your way out of everything, but this time you're wrong. I am? Yes, because our conversation was being recorded by somebody intercepting the signal from a very listening device you planted. It was? You got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us? No! Langji says, a schemer's schemes will swallow him in the end. Miss Lloyd, can you play us a tape, please? You bet I can. Got it. It was this part right here. Mr. Edgeworth, that's just Gavil's cell phone. Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay. I can't hear it, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. It was right around here. I was as surprised as... Huh? That's weird. Is something wrong, Miss Lloyd? I'll say, seems we maybe, didn't quite catch the next part on tape. No! What? Why? How could it not be on there? Aw, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely. What? I never knew they'd make those. Remote control bugs? Sure, they exist, but... So you switched it off to avoid being recorded? Bingo. So... Well, you admit that you planted a bug.
Objection!
That ties you to the... But how? You would have had to know where you were being recorded in the first place. And I did, of course I did. It's so obvious that someone was eavesdropping, and that's because Miss Lloyd wasn't. You knew about the kid prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting. No. Through the whole conversation? I did indeed, old pal, but I must say, I thought you would have figured out all that much sooner. Are you supposed to be a genius prosecutor? Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Oh well. Aw, shucks. So my tape ain't gonna be of use to nobody after all? Come on. I must have recorded something you can use. If only that were true. Hey, Keymeister. Yeah? The old buggerino, it was hitting your pin that whole time, right? That shake anything loose from the old brain tree? I don't know, give me a sec to think. You're the only ones who've been directly in contact with him before. So sad, relying on flawed evidence, desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please. Huh? He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry? You're the only ones who have been in direct contact with him before? Kay had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long are you recording the intercepts from the bug for? Started about, let's see now, 2 nights back? In which case, during which time frame would have been likely to find Mr. Saint's voice in the tape? If Kay was kidnapped 2 nights ago, would it have been 2 nights ago? Because I don't think it'd be this morning. No, 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 no! No, oh, dang it. It's not what I wanted. Okay. 2 nights ago? I think it was 2 nights ago, yeah. Mr. Saint adopted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. Miss Lloyd, quickly, play us any tape you have from the night before last. Huh? Oh, sure thing. That's the sound of the balloon! Indeed it is. At around the time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it, which means he can't have been too far away from you, or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder? Sounds like a voice? The gun. Wait, that noise. That was a gunshot. You turned the bug off then too, it seems. Unlucky for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. Huh? What are you talking about? Nobody ever mentioned a gun. He's wrong. Somebody on this case discharged a firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present that piece of evidence that proves it. Okay, it was the autopsy report because of, let me double check. Gunshot residue, there it is.
Take that!
You have to be sure in this game. I'm never sure. It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right, she was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be. Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave. If a gunshot rang out directly after that, don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Miss Saint. Or Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear on the recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me? What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? We didn't just hear a gunshot on the tape. Ka-chang? Listen carefully. You can hear the bullet hit something too. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? Will the bullet struck? The balloon? The balloon.
Take that!
I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what we heard on the tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket. Let's take a look and see, shall we? Hey. A hole and not a hatch. My goodness. And not a hatch. With a bullet stuck in it. There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'll call that pretty conclusive proof. Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? Alright, alright. Then you get cranky. What really happened 2 nights ago? Okay, I meant it for the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gill and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me and made the good judge leave right away. He then pointed his gun at me and fired. But why was he trying to shoot down the balloon? Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend the judge there. Me? Yeah, you. You told him about Sean. What did you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid. Afraid? Yeah, you could say that. Man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much he tried to get rid of me. He couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander. Why did that cause a surprise? I guess because they were there. So you didn't expect to find the two of them there? Of course not. Why would I? Well, it's lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would have happened if I'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill you and Gaville. Try and kill you, Gaville. You really didn't suspect a thing? I'm afraid I did not. I have no idea. Maybe you shouldn't have blabbed to him about the kid. Did you ever think about that? I was merely trying to. Some kind of mother you are. You're lucky he didn't kill you and then go after the boy. I'm your opponent here, not Judge Gaville. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know. Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll take it from here. I'm in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth. As is Sean, I trust that you will look after us both. I pray the goddess of justice will watch over all of us. Your precious goddess didn't even warn you there was a balloon right behind you. Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away.
Hold it!
He made her leave? But why? Wasn't he planning to kill her? Sure, but I bet he didn't want to do it in front of witnesses. Murderers don't tend to like that. She didn't know that he wasn't the real president, right? His secret was safe for the time being. Now that I knew about Sean, he could kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear if I were you. I think anybody was smiling until this matter has been cleared up once and for all. Please continue if you would. So I guess the witness suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken him up pretty badly and he panicked. Do we have anything from Gaville? We have the flowers. I was trying to see if we had any information on what Gaville told the president.
Hold it!
Around what time would that have been? Just after 11, I think? That's when you and your pal went for the roof, Your Honor, right? Yes, it was. No contradictions there, but the fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless.
Hold it!
If you look at the bullet when he struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out the gun. Couldn't have my blue gun pop, but it was a close run thing. So you left... He crushed him! He crushed him with the basket! He crushed him with the basket! And that's why he was able to take the body! So you left right then and there? Of course I did. He was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that? Does that present a problem? There is a problem. In the end, you managed to leave Kay there on the rooftop, which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh yeah, guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch in the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. Do you mind appending the statement in your testimony? We got him. We got him. Because of fucking Lotta Hart coming in clutch. Oh, are you sure that's what you saw, good sir? The hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept. The auction? My memories are still a bit fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right? Indeed, the auction was being held on the 50th floor that day. And a bunch of people were going in and out of the storeroom while it was happening, yes? Let's see, they were, which means that the president really did escape that way, as Miss Saint says. Somebody must have seen him. There's no way they could have passed through their unnoticed. Problem at the time in which the event occurred. But should the times line up, I think I have a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful in our case. So the story is that he just happened to witness the events of the... Okay, we know, we got it. Irrelevant. Irrelevant! First things first, though, I gotta save. Just in case. Present, and then... Lotta Hart. She can't keep doing it!
Objection!
She can't keep getting away with it! Oh my gosh. You're lying to us again! I am? He didn't know she was in there. The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact. What? And you blew the word of a 2-bit hack over mine? I beg your gosh darn pardon. Say that about the chief again, I dare you. I'll wipe that smile right off your stupid clown face. So you know how Hart was camped out on the 51st floor the entire evening, but if our fake president did escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof? An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so either that nor the hatch are possible, which leaves only one possible way of escaping the rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch?
Take that!
He flew! He flew? Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon.
Objection!
Whoa, 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 quit fooling around, will ya? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon?
Objection!
There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he would have left that rooftop.
Objection!
You know what the circus is all about? Making the audience think you're in danger, giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. And what do you mean? Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment. You bet your big toe I was. I didn't tell as much of my testimony. She said she fell asleep. So the noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch. That didn't scare you so bad that you fainted? So she wouldn't have seen. So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out, unconscious, you might say. What happened? What explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart? It was the sound of Kate crash landing into the storeroom floor. Well, so what if I did, huh? Ain't a girl in the world don't get caught a little unaware sometimes. Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people.
Objection!
It doesn't matter. Kate can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the room.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down the hatch. What? So what if he did? What would that mean?
Objection!
Come now. Surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. The president hid until after Miss Hart fainted. He could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. No! And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. No! Did he have to do that to me in his own voice? That's right. Oh, and another thing. I have let Sean's identity slip to our pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. Oh, you might have. Oh, okay, I see. That's why I went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right. It was Sean who murdered the body double.
Objection!
What possible reason could the boy have done for having doing so? Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. No, he didn't. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him in one of my trademark letters. What? He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Huh? Or am I? Maybe I did tell him, and maybe I didn't. Well, Shiny boy, which is it? It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off the roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear. Oh well, can we prove it though? I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. But who knew it was you who made it fall and the president died from being crushed, was it? Well, let's see. What did it say specifically about the crushing? Full body contusions and bone breaks caused from extreme pressure from above. But is the statue heavy enough to cause that? I feel like a hot air balloon. He said it weighs hundreds. But this is something that could be easily taken apart and picked up because it's so light in separate pieces. Like, it would hurt, right? It would hurt a lot. I don't think it would kill from a, what, 2-story fall? Alright, well that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like, and so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. Okay. Save. One last confrontation. Oh, we're getting so close. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. It was the case with Bronco with Chairman Winter, so it makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot in my balloon. Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. News said old Taurus not gonna fall, It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead, no doubt about it. And what was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared, just like I said? Get it? The truth? The thing you're so fond of? That's what caused the murder here, not me. No, that's not possible. Well, is that a detective in the house? Somebody arrest the boy! Can't help noticing nobody's rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter? Curse you. Just as I thought. Admit it. You're all the same. You, Winter, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs. No, that's not true.
Objection.
Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid there's a murderer, maybe they'll finally do something.
Objection.
We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. How did you make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning, that is. Tell me this. And, tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony? Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Oh, God, that's a penalty. He's not holding back. Also, I saw recently that Atlas is at least trying to confirm a release date for, Persona 4 Revival this year, like fall, winter. I really hope so. If we could get, like, ooh, a September release, that would be really nice. I would love a good September release for that game. That would be amazing. You know, right before Halloween. Still have time to play it, then I can play some horror games, but it's not so late that's like we're waiting until November, December. It's basically 2027 anyway. Like, you know, just a little bit closer. If we're still going in fall. I really want to believe. What, you heard the little Shawnee's life is on the line too? Hey, Malzarino. Take a deep breath for me, would you? That one's definitely on my short list. I don't know what else is. That one for sure. How would I do that, Fender? Because it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The evidence. The worst of times when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles, remember? That way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got in the balloon or not, but rather, under what conditions would Simon have been cool with letting him on board? Because he crushed him. Ah, a turnabout in thinking. Forgive the interruption. Just my 2 cents worth, or your old man's, I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era. He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed in that balloon? He's a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No. There were no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy, in which case... Surely not! Are you about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for! It's gonna be tricky, but I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. Okay. Let's save.
Hold it!
We start pressing. The strings in question being those of Sean and the president's body double in this case. You seem pretty confident in your abilities in that particular arena. Is that so weird? I'm an animal tamer, remember? And what's the wildest animal of all? That's right, humans. That's Stackley Medley's. She's a menace. Didn't take much to get those two dancing to my tune. A little truth here, a little hint of revenge here. Somebody ought to thank me. I did this world a favor. Mr. Edgeworth, he's scaring me. Don't let him get under your skin, Kay. We have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his own. It's our duty to stop him, and we will succeed in that duty. Why do people do bad things, huh? Don't they realize I'll just come back to bite them in the end?
Hold it!
And so you insisted that you had no direct involvement in any of them, involvement in any of what occurred. Okay. What can I say? I don't like to get my hands dirty. Sure do love to watch the action unfold, though. All those idiots desperately trying to kill one another, and they didn't even know I lit the fuse. I love it. You know, he's fine for Ace Attorney, but he's definitely like a less cool version of Juko and Oshima. Because Juko was also willing to get her hands dirty when necessary. She killed her own sister. The bitch is crazy. Basically, this dude is sowing despair everywhere. Right, Ridley May? Just for that? Well, I guess he is the multicolored bear. There just isn't one extra. He just gets to be Monokuma for this. You haven't changed. All you did 12 years ago was watch 2. Ah! Stop. You're talking about the whole SS5 thing? Ah, stop it. Your poor papa's scrabbling around for answers and finding nothing. Shucks. What do they call that again? Oh yeah. Ranked incompetence. Ugh. Urgh, how dare you! Agent Lang, please. You don't know the half of it. You damned clown. Your father may not have closed out the case. Not publicly anyway. But it was thanks to his work that we're standing here right now. Sorry to butt in, Miles. Figured little pep talk isn't going to magically solve this case. Now I know you have your theories.
Hold it!
But it's the only way he could have gotten down from the roof of that building. Alright, let's game this one out, shall we? Suppose I took him down to the ground like you said. What's wrong with doing that?
Objection!
So you admit it, you did take him on your word.
Objection!
You're really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. And how do you think it went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, show me the city at night. It's ridiculous and you know it is. Or did you really fail to think this through?
Objection!
You said yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over.
Objection!
Win him over? The man who shot at me? No. Then you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me.
Objection!
No. Very well, let us suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? Ugh, it's no good. He's just not going to give us an opening. Anyway, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about.
Hold it!
Actually, I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by the Torosaurus head. Don't tell me you're throwing your own pet theory in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went to all the trouble to prove the man squished by head hypothesis was true? That may have been my theory at one point. But that was when we thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed it. Why the past tense? There's still your theory, no? It's not like you have anything else right now. President's body double was crushed under the falling Torosaurus head. Fact. No. There must be something. Some other piece of evidence that couldn't link this man to the president's death by crushing. He was in the crushing device! You don't think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like watching you struggle like this. You know who did it. The model head is practically screaming his name.
Objection!
We've used this 3 times now, I think. For different reasons. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did you use his special powers? The only person in communication with the monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have me mixed up with somebody else. No monsters pals here, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. I'm close with creatures. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. What? You're talking about the lime balloon? Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely like Mr. Saint himself. Sorry, you lost me. What exactly are you trying to say? You seem very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, there's nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer couldn't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left the roof. Having been killed by your balloon. Oh, I get it. The thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few 100 pounds, right? When the president was attacked from, when the president attacked you from the roof, my goodness. You had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose, landed the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him, because what you took away was his dead body. Gross. Stop. Wait a minute now, Miles. What you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago, which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would. Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again. It's written right there. Time of death, April 5, 11 p.m. Clear as day. Huh. Is April 5th. That was yesterday. Which means... Exactly. It means he died when the Torosaurus head fell off the roof. Maybe he wasn't dead. Maybe he was just unconscious. Alright, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of father would do that? Your father? Actually? No, that's not what happened. I already told you. I didn't know who he was until today. Oh, but you did know, because I told you myself. Can my theory really have been so wide on the mark? I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winter and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed, and by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. The time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto? You ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course. Gusto. The I-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. They determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea. He would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo! Like father, like son, I guess. I wish I could have been there to see his downfall too. How can you say that? He was your father! It's so scary. Miss Lagarde just keeps asking and asking what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? What are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come and take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up on the time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? He may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father, what a joke. Objection! Dude came in and was asking for rolling papers for smoking shit. Instead of saying the brand of rolling papers, he looked and says, "You got paper?" I was like, "Yes, I have." Well, yeah, but don't ask stupid questions, get stupid answers. How are you supposed to know exactly what kind of papers you want? Do you have printer paper? Are you Office Depot now? Like, come on, use your words, use your nouns, please, I beg of you, people. Hate him all you like, but you're no more like your father than you know. You're a lot more like your father than you know. What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be estranged sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the method you chose. You deliberately threw out the time of death, just as he did. That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot? I throw the time of death? And how to do that exactly? To hide in the president's body in a very specific place.
Take that!
You need to keep the body cool somewhere. And you also need somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew that the two were connected? You're talking about the kidnapping again. Why are you bringing that up now? As much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in the refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. This is your father Frozen's body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me? A sad irony, but it's undeniable truth nonetheless.
Objection.
Shut up! I'm nothing like him. I could never be him. He's nothing to do with me. And we're nothing alike.
Objection.
Imagine I had 100k points and I spent it all on unlimited torture and stretching. That's just important for not dying. That's just very important for not dying. That's why I try to do it. I have my appointment tomorrow morning for a follow-up for my back. And hopefully they can give me some more shots in my shoulder. I think one more round would help because it does... I don't want to say it feels better. Like, I still feel it. But it feels different. So I want to say something happened. And I've been trying to rub it out as much as I can with some... Theracanes and other stuff. And ice and heat, of course. Especially the heat. The heat helps a lot. But it's like, it's still just a little bit. I want so many drugs, yes. I need drugs. All of my body. Right, Medley? I need this drug. Your love is a drug, Medley. Oh, you're so pretty. Little kissy? Thank you. You're a good pup. He's a very good pup. Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and Old Gusta have more in common, more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't know what is! Oh, you don't understand. You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Break, break, break. Or should I say, oh, it's still not over. I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit and the kidnapping, nothing to do with it. He still denies. Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Cavill. We know for a fact you were involved. You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles? What are you going to accuse me of? But in changing nothing, you still don't have any proof or incitement of kidnapping of anything. Oh wait, are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of old Winter's playbook? Never! I would never do that! Ugh, I can't let myself rise to the provocation. What's the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that. Oh, but only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it, and I got away with it all! Lagarde, Winter. And now you. None of you can touch me. This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do? Everything points to this man being our culprit. We need evidence. Even just one piece. Alright, it's been fun. Didn't we send Gumshoe somewhere? Is Gumshoe here? There was one last piece of evidence that was supposed to come in. We got two of them. There was a third piece. Hopefully it comes in soon. But it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Because remember he called someone to help coordinate this. They never mentioned who. Stick around for the main event though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free if you'll finally admit defeat. Is that the person we called? Candace? Who was that? It's Gumshoe! My man to the rescue! Sorry for keeping you waiting, sir! Gummy! Where have you been? I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me. And Detective Gumshoe. Do you have anything to report? I had them look into a few things real quick, sir, about the refrigerating unit where the kid was kept. He was registered to a very big circus, just like you said. And there it is, just in the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint? Must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? Well, valid question, I suppose. We're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Barry? We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals, but I don't know where it is. I leave all the kind of stuff to Simon. He's so good at that kind of thing. You fool! Simon, you're scaring me. It's a shame. Rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. Well, you'd known you were up against a great thief and a greater detective. Is everything alright? You're looking a little bit pale. Well, yeah, he's pale. Don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am. Perhaps you could enlighten us. You don't have any evidence that I crushed the President Baker with the balloon. And I know you didn't because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. There is? Really now? Is it the pollen from the flowers? Could it be in the balloon? On the balloon, maybe? What? Mr. Saint murdered the victim, as we think he did. There should be a trace of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. There should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. I want to say it's the bouquet. It can't be the balloon again. No. Let's see. Simon killed the Faker president by landing on him with the balloon, right? So, I mean, that's where we'll find our answer. Is the balloon? Is it the balloon again?
Take that!
The balloon again? Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon again? Thank you! You already have your bullet hole. What else could you expect to find? We, expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? If there's truth to be found, he'll find it. He's a hero of justice. He sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of way tighter spots than this one. What they said. We believe in you, Miles Areno. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Medley, what are you doing? What are you doing, pretty girl? Come here, pretty girl. Just stay clear and see this through the end, Miles. Edgeworth, a perfect victory is only moments away. President's body double is killed by the balloon. Trace of a certain substance will... Yeah, we got it. Okay, I was a little bit too early. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mystery for past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man. The last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find in the balloon?
Take that!
When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child. A popular flower back in Jingfa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that will be rotting in the dump by now? A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. It's got nothing to do with any of this. Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represent remains as strong as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Why does Simon kind of remind me of Troy Baker? They got similar energy. At least Higgs does. If President held on to them until the last, an act which proved us with our final piece of vital evidence. What? What are you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for trace of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find? No, you don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Objection!
Not all evidence is as visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Huh? Emma! Yeah. I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again if you don't mind. Leave it to me. Alright, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? Ah, I've got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. If it's from the same flower, it should take more than another quick test to prove it. What? Oh, you're so pretty. And there we have it. You murdered the president, and this murder you carried out yourself. No! How could this? No! You crushed the president with a balloon. And you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. But why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening. Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder. Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it. And he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Indeed not. So while returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night, you must have observed that Sean caused the Torosaurus statues falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for murder. Urgh. The unit seems that the falling head was what killed him so that my son could take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lower the president's body from the balloon to the set below. While he was dangling the rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. No! How did you see through it all? How? You manipulate people and you manipulated this cage, just as you manipulated an animal on the stage. You thought you were all-powerful, but your reign is at an end. The animals look like they're mad with you. Simon, even Money and Asia. They thought you were their friend, but you're not. You're sad and mean all at the same time. Stop it! Stop looking at me like that! Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. Okay, Leon. Don't get away from me! Get away from me! Leave me alone! Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I know the bad one they are. Why, Bronco? Why did you stop me from going to see my dad? If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have had to. Now your dad still would have abandoned you so quick. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone, but nobody to help me. He realized he's an evil dude, but he's really a tragic figure, isn't he? Except Canis. But that man, he helped me, and then you betrayed him! Are you stupid? Canis is the only one to ever help me. What if I use people? I had to! No, leave me alone! Leave me alone! Ow, that hurts! The scene's coming up. I'm ready. I'm ready! No! No! It's okay, Medley. It's okay. I'll never betray you, Medley. It seems the game is up at last. The killer? Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I am free to... No! Guns are too clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun. Yes, you do. Please, not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. You must have stolen it for the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There's nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied to about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. But that was not your true crime. No, thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay. No! Oh, damn! Assassin and he's got the chisel too? You! It's been a while, the killer. Step aside, Kenneth. This man is my toy. Look at him crying. I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. That's so hardcore. Are we just have to watch? And if I refuse, let us just say that I might not take the loss of one life that I ever saved too well. You saved a life? Canis, the blind butcher himself. Preposterous, I know. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one, that of an innocent young pup. And he, in his turn, saved mine. So we have a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like, I know. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Come on, the killer, be cool. Very well, the boy must mean a lot to you. I like how game recognized game. Thank you, I am in your debt. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. And also Candace proved they could just get out of prison if he wanted to, so he's just there for fun. No, get back here! You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways, and you have done just that. Ooh. Alright, I suppose we better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it, Helmut? Yes, yes it does. Oh, hello. You killed my dad, didn't you, old man? I will not lie, I did. My victims deserve to be remembered, at the very least. But I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup, in that case. Sean, no! You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife! Take it, and cut to my throat! One slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway. I want revenge. I want it so badly. Sean, don't do it! Please, Sean! I beg of you! At least, I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took. Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good. Trust. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out, numbs it. Maybe it does, and listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted. Sean! But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does it help anybody else? If I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I work with. They're counting me, and they worry about me. Thoughtful words indeed, little one. Yeah, well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you. But I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, the prosecutor, people like you. People like that. Sean! Wow! You may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. Yeah, he's 13. He's not that young compared to you. You could at least consider trying to be better yourself, Kay. Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way with me, young pup. I am glad that they answered the question of the two kids, and I like how it rounded out. Again, 3 is a little bit weak in comparison to some of this. Like, it does set the stage for the kids, but 1, 2, 4, and 5 are way more interconnected. I guess because that goes too much into the past. These are all right now. Let's see, on our way to where? Where else? To the prison. Our home. Our home. It's such a weird ending. Hey, I think that's it though. And with that, the case came to an end. A case that dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. Okay, this is like 2 days later. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence Chamber. Shh. Decide! Yes, to decide! Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth. What's the big idea? Want to tell us what we're doing here? Mr. Edgeworth? He has to make a decision. Your request has been processed and approved. He's gonna become a prosecutor again! You're what now? I asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated! He chose! Your badge? He wants to fight crime. He likes fighting crime. And unfortunately, this is the last Miles game. I really wish they made more. On modern Miles game, it would be so cute, cool. He's such a strong character, but I guess they've kind of moved past it now with Apollo and all that. So at most, we would get a prosecutor from maybe that game or something else. I really think I'm glad we got the 2 Miles games we did. I'm glad they wrapped up nicely in that we don't have to worry about like anything from these narratives not being finished. But yeah, it is sad we don't get another one. But I think for what we got, it does wrap up pretty well. What is the meaning of this? Oh, I'm returning it. From this day forward, I'm a prosecutor no longer, Medley! Medley, I'm a prosecutor. Relax. I'll put you in bars, Medley. I still can't believe you did that for me. Can I help you? A certain man once said that to be an attorney is to be defendant's most trusted ally. Apologist implies that Miles becomes chief prosecutor. Chief prosecutor! Oh, good for Miles! He deserves the promotion. He so deserves it. That to be an attorney is to be a defendant's most trusted ally, and that by believing in your client, the truth will make itself known. That man's image has been forever burned into my man's image! Oh. As strongly as the vision of my father. Okay, so it is Phoenix. You know, he's always thinking about Phoenix. He's always thinking about him, Medley. Good old Gregory. But that's his and my father's, but his! Mine lies elsewhere. Can I help you? Mr. Edgeworth. My path is out of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, then I guess that's that. Okay. There you go. There you go. Just relax. Shh. I'm sorry. No. I dig it. And besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up. It is. Alright then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members. I understand. Hey, Milester. Tell me why, at least. How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? Shh. Save. Grand finale! Yeah, let's go! You once asked me something, Fender. You want to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. He wants to fight crime. I can't tell me if he's chief police yet. Do you mean Miles is chief prosecutor, or could Gumshoe be chief of police? I feel like Gumshoe could do it, although he's too in the field. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor. But you can't also do that as an attorney. Look at it this way. Simon Say was also a victim of sorts. Gumshoe. Okay, yeah, Gumshoe, yeah. He deserves it. Again, it's been so long. He deserves the nice, stable income that this would cause. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him, his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you. To lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty, so I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Ah! Oh, the tease! Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was his only option. Look at the tease of this game. By not even you imagine that the body double would ever go as far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't. And as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. I want to help people like him. And how do you plan to do that? If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened if the law wasn't corrupt. Chairman Winter had made a mockery of justice, and in doing so, drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. Law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that helps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions. You can say that again. Yep, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. Law is far from perfect. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint, but a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn. I would like to know what Eddie is up to, even though I think his story is mostly finished in this game. Yeah, his story was mostly tied to almost like a previous generation. It was tied basically to Gregory Edgeworth, and now that we've kind of solved the Gregory Edgeworth mysteries, he's not needed anymore. Kind of like Grossberg. Like, it's a cute little reference, but we don't need to see it. Like, there might be a reference to getting a, like, oh, I had to call a Fender earlier. Yeah, we just talked or something. Like, at most that, but never, like, this much, I don't think. Let's see. Very Miles Reno, I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy, though, right? Fighting the law itself, that's lowering on hard mode. I understand that. But somebody has to do it. Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Also like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change. Adapt or perish, am I right? You're going to smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. If there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecuting again. You know it's really growing and changing. Hate to be a great big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud to get as all get out. Fender, thank you. Mona, what are you doing? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Please. Am I getting knighted as a prosecutor? By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gaville, do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law. We got our badge back! Yes! Alright, you're a prosecutor again! Best news I've heard all week, sir. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I gotta scoot. Your pops is going to want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time. Thank you again, Fender, for everything. Don't thank me yet. The next time you see me could be across the courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle. I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon. Mona. Alrighty, Fender out. I'm glad he stopped eating paper. That makes me feel good. And better about his digestive tract, too. Welcome back to the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Judge Gaville. Mona, I owe you more than I can say. You do? You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed. I think the biggest issue with the newer games is they have a hard time figuring out how to use a new team. Big Arc is the dark side of the law, but you can only do that so long. Yeah. You know, I feel like they don't really do the serial killer angle too much. The most we got was Dahlia Hawthorne. I feel like another interpersonal mix like that would be really solid. Like, Dark Side of the Law is fine, but what made Phoenix's original story so compelling was how interwoven all the interpersonal narratives were. And I think not focusing on such a big, like, intercontinental, extraterritorial, presidential, multi-country issue like this is prosecutor shit. The defense is a lot more personal, it's a lot more internal. And we'll have to see how the Apollo Justice stuff turns out. It's hard to improve upon the first three Phoenix Wright games narratively, it really is. Because overall, cohesively, they are really strong. See, not all, I was never truly alone. That's right, you had the Goddess of Justice on your side. Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions with the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law and to overcome them. Mona! Mona, your big head is in the way. I thank you for your commitment to the cause, as does the mighty goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve. I look forward to seeing you in the court again soon. As will I. See, this is what I figured. I realized why Sean. I didn't think about it. It just came to me. Oh, this is why Sean knows so much about the law, because his mom's a judge. Duh. That makes a lot of sense. That's why he knows about badges. You did not see the best of me when I last oversaw a trial. Next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality. Judge Gaville. I don't mean to call your motivation into question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? But, to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. Oh, like our judge! Oh, come on, this was 2011. What? Apollo of Justice came out in 2008? Really? That doesn't feel right. No, that doesn't feel right. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me, this is my opinion, nothing more. You're right, of course, there are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Edgeworth, there's another reason I was never truly alone during my longest struggle against Chairman Winter. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. Of course, John. This clipping gave me courage than words can express. Simply having it near me gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them. For Sean's sake more than anyone's. The mistakes made in the incident in which his father died. So you see, there's something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things. But that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection, but I must grow. As a servant of the law and as a mother, I see. It seems we both have plenty still to learn. Indeed. We are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. I look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey. Doesn't feel like an old series that the first game came out in the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, it doesn't feel like an old series, narratively. The gameplay is definitely, you can tell it's like an older game, a little bit more stilted. That's bad. In so doing, I have a new way forward, a new path for justice, and I'm determined to follow a path until it finally leads to the truth. I think because it's point and click, no matter how hard it might be, no matter what the obstacles, will betide any— oh gosh, it's so fast! I lift up my voice and shout, Objection! Anyway, I think because it's point and click, it helps prevent the aging feeling as much, because it's a lot more simplistic. It helps. So, Chief, what kind of scoop we looking to land ourselves next, huh? Did I teach you nothing, knucklehead? We're journalists, dang it. These are our stock and trade, our bread and butter. You don't just hand that stuff over, not even your danged apprentice. Sorry, Chief. Guess I've got a whole lot to learn, huh? Alright then, better go track down some leads by myself. That's the spirit. You go get him, champ. Before you mosey on down the way. Mind, sharing what kind of leads there might be leading? Huh? But, Chief, you... Come on now, I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? Can't hold on to the boss. Oh, come on, Chief. That's cold. Pretty medley. I mean, because everyone else from that case is dead, yeah. Oh, besides the killer? That's gotta be it. He's the only one left. My arm wound has yet to fully heal even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller, though I have been thinking that perhaps crepes would be more my speed. Well, no rush. I'm sure there'll be time to ponder the matter before my next job comes. You know, still hardcore seeing him and Candace go toe-to-toe. He was still, even with the injury, he was still ready to kill. Gotta give it to him. That's quite impressive. Sure, you might have knocked me on my butt, wise guy, but it ain't out for the count just yet. I'll be keeping my guard up and looking for an opening. We'll be getting out of here at some point. Ain't that right, Teddy? The second the bell rings for the next round of escape shenanigans, will be coming out swinging. Till then, it's training, training, and more training. Trying to think who else was it? Oh, it saw it. It saw it, man. It always comes back to saw it. You wanna know if I'm still planning on becoming an animal stylist? Sure, I'm still studying every single day. Still up to my elbows in mud. But I guess it's supposed to be better than being a newspaper salesman. I plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away? Now because I helped Warden Lagarde? Ah! Why do you think I'm being so nice to these stupid freaking animals? I don't care about the freaking lives, I just want to get out of here! Why me? Yeah, he was blackmailed. He was just doing what he was told from a threat from an authority figure. It's not his fault. Should he really get more years on his sentence? I don't know. Regina! I was so shocked when I learned what Simon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still, can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. I can't let the magic department and the ventriloquy department get the better of us. We'll light up the stage and blow away the competition, all those awful memories with it. Her ability to compartmentalize the atrocities and betrayals around her is kind of astonishing. First her father, now her subordinates? Wow. Canis? Oh, really? I must have gotten soft in my old age. Haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. 18 years ago, I saved a life, and the troublesome child is still keeping me busy to this day. And now here we are, back in a cage. Well, we'll have company soon at least, won't we, my boy? Yes, our friend the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around. No, they won't. No, they won't. No, they won't, Medley. Never dull with you around, Medley. You're such a good puppy. Hey! Oh, and Judy's in detention. What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet. Oh, so soft, fluffy, and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight. I'll always be waiting for you, Judy. And I'll come visit you every day, just like you and Eddie did when I was in here. I have so much to thank you and him, Mr. Edgeworth, for. Most of all, the fact that I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson. And not just you. They gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. Oh, hey! I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is finally paying off. It sucks they had to be kept apart. First him in prison and now her in prison. 18 years, and then I guess however long she gets. For what? Hiding a body, and inciting almost she attempted murder. Oh, hello, sweetie. It's fancy you here. I owe you a great big thank you, you know. And dear old Greggy Pegleg too, of course. After all, thanks to all of you that I could eat Sammy Poo's sweets again. I even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm going to call it Snacker's Delight. It makes your stomach so swell you can only eat snacks? So you can get skinny as a tenfold and love every minute. I'm going to make a fork. Oh, so she made Ozempic. She made us. Okay, got it. Good to know. Because I heard it just kills your appetite, too. Man, I've met so many beautiful people now. And drawn in so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work. Uh-oh. She took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam. Just like that. And, then she left. Guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. So I've got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my art or follow my heart? By heart, I mean new girlfriend. You got that right. How do we get so much Larry? Larry was in both games, but we only saw Phoenix in passing once. Why? They own it! What in the world? Badster, the Batinator! Seriously though, thanks for assisting today, good buddy. You want to talk about IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work. Yeah, Miles Reno chose a different path from his old man in the end. A path that means we won't work together, but that won't stop me looking in on him from time to time. You've come pretty far yourself. Holy macaroni, a compliment from Big Bad, Detective Bad. Am I dreaming? Well, flatter will get you everywhere, old pal. You ever need a little fender magic, just say the word. Oh, Miss Medley. Looks like they'll be letting me off a little easier than I thought for what I did. I guess because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Ouch! Ain't no such thing as easy when it comes to crime, dang fool child. Sorry, Grandma. I still feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to stay with you in the end. What's that? You think we should be getting back to work? I guess you're right. Can't keep the dead waiting. Trying to think who else we have to talk to. Well, Eustace, of course. Oh, Anna. Our girl Anna. Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, right? Oh, of course, Emma. Even if I do have to jump right back on a plane again and go back to Europe. Oh, all this flying around is going to get tiring. That's what Francisca does. So it's all part of becoming a first-class forensic investigator. I guess I'll better get going. Oh, but you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running. You know I will. Soon. Very soon. Ace Attorney 4 soon. Francisca? Oh, my girl, my beauty. Look at her. The greater one's father, the greater the pressure to be great. But Eustace Winter he has chosen his own path now, and he will be tested. Just as I was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his own father lived. That, too, is a valid answer to a question we've all had to wrestle with. I gotta get a cat named Francisca. I feel like a cat named Francisca works very well. Francisca's a very cat-like name. Especially with the whip. Eh? My father had a secret. Or a burden. I could only have imagined. I thought only of my family name. He thought of so much more. He thought of our entire nation. He meant to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter, even if that real president is long dead. Even if it takes all my effort, and all my men's effort, Zheng Fa will rise again! I can't wait for you to see it. Well, there's Will Powers and Penny Nichols, Lagarde and Sean. That's at least 4 I can think of. Winner. What did I mean Eustace? Oh, Eustace, okay. I got from the whole winner thing. Told everyone to stop calling you that. I got the single tier again. The maturity of the single tier. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. And pretty soon I'll be better than him. And better than Edward, so watch out! Now, first order of business, get a new nickname. Can't you just be Eustace? Or Prosecutor Winner, if that's your name. Well, it was eventful to say the least. We got it done, and the movie's going down great. I think the murder stories in the gossip magazine might have helped. Big Bad emerges from Big Bad Bowl. Reveal true face of Monster and Zheng Fa president murder plots. Huh? Wait, this is a picture of you, Mr. Powers. What? But why? Hey, it's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come and see the movie, right? Oh, yeah, I guess. Poor Will. He just wants to be loved. He's not a bad guy, Medley. He's the Steel Samurai. I very much enjoyed the movie. It's nothing. It wasn't even a big part. The boy he befriended both Torosaurus and Gordy. They don't come any bigger than that. And it was a role you were born to play. Think? Well, it'd be cool to be in a sequel, I guess. Already thinking of sequels, and I kind of like acting. Hey, can we pick up something before we head back? I wanted to get some lion lilies for my dad. Hey! Of course. And I'll buy some too for Amelie. Oh, man. Could they not legally use Phoenix or something? Phew, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir? It's been a busy 2 months! Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases all come along at once? There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way. Wait, so all this stuff happened because of you? No, Gummy, how could you say that? And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Okay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice? Yeah, good question. What? You're not sure? How can I put this? I wonder if Kay returns. Like, obviously Maya does, but Kay is gonna be interesting. I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief, just like he was. Like, okay, it's one thing, I guess, if Detective Gumshoe doesn't come back, but I feel like Kay is right at that age that Apollo and Eustace are, and heck, even Maya. So, like, they're like a next generation kind of thing. Like, not seeing her, like, Emma too, they're all the same age. So not seeing these characters would be kind of weird. So you're trying to become a great thief just like he was. A Yatagarasu, or a Yatagarasu at least. But watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fates. She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade. I'm going to be my own hero. That sounds like an admirable plan indeed. I won't be giving up the name, though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right? Whatever name you pick, you'll always be Kay to us, Kay. And you'll always be a hero. Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too. You bet I will. And I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sir. Yes. And I'll be counting on you too, detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days, you've helped me out too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may become as a pleasant surprise! Oh, he got it! Huh? Huh? Wait, you mean... What's the matter? I'm saying, I'll see to it you pay it a little more, detective. You will? This is unbelievable, sir! No way! Go, Gummy! It's like a dream come true. I could finally leave the instant noodle life behind. But don't you think you'll be letting you rest on your laurels? Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just you wait and see. What a good ending that he gets a raise. Fender just feels set me on a new path in life. After all this time, 5 games of him getting his salary cut and cut and cut, getting $5, getting $20 as a bonus. Medley, he's earned it. He earned it way before this, but he finally gets what he deserves. A path in which I can face out every contradiction that the law has to present. A path on whose end lies the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy. Nonetheless, Mr. Edgeworth, there's another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winter. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean. This clipping gave me more courage than words could express. Simply having it near gave me hope. When we feel that we are alone, we can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead. So that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son. Well, the strength of his bond with Kay, and his bond with Edgeworth. Strength of bonds. Oh, I almost forgot. What? What is it? I was trying to find out other members for Yatagara's team, right? I do vaguely remember something about that, yes. I never even had a single one. You're going to be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream. You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it. Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the 3 of us, we can hunt down the truth. Put it in handcuffs and steal it once and for all. I can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case. Yes, hey, Gumshoe is a survivor. He survived all of the first Ace Attorney, he survived Edgeworth, and now he survived to finally get a salary increase. It's truly amazing. As long as the 3 of us stick together, we've got nothing to fear, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed. Nothing at all. Nothing at all, Medley. My father followed his own path, right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making, too. But not alone. As long as I have them beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me. And I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. Stop! I'll make you an attorney. My father's path and mine might be different, but they're not as separate as they may seem. Yeah, they're both lawyers. Though the routes are different, the destination is the same. The truth! Because, of course, both end at the truth! Phoenix should be rich, but somebody's not. Because he doesn't take that many cases! He really doesn't! We've seen him take like 15! That's it! Maybe! He takes so little. Because if you listen to the dialogue, it sounds like he waits in between cases to take other cases. And I don't know if he gets paid for those. Most of the time he's just defending Maya. She gets in so many problems! Poor Maya! Oh, that felt good. That felt really good. Wait, no. Gallery. Character companion. Well-worn organizer. Hey! We got all of our beauties. And of course we have all our beauties. Oh, we have all of our beauties here. Wait. Got a little walking is running animation. We never really see much of the running animation. Oh. This is, I'm really excited now that we have, even the animals? Wow, they really did code a lot in here. They coded so much into this, it's really impressive. I have 70% accolades too. For listening to MSK talk in the story about her studies, I missed that? For saying the worst possible thing to use this during his mind check. Oh, you have to fail the chess? How could you, sir? For playing case notebook to her in... for having met the creator of the Blue Badger in front of the Gatewater Light. Okay, that's the first ones. For examining with the sword and the shield and the primitive statue with Agent Lang in... Okay. Looking at the true nature of ladders and step ladders. For examining the side gate twice. They were there! Look, they were... Episode 5. I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. I almost had them. I only got like the plot-based ones. Ugh, whatever, man. That's fine. But yes, I'm very excited to play the 4th Ace Attorney. Now that we have all of this Ace Attorney context, and we're getting into the new generation. Even though it's crazy that Apollo Justice 1 came out in 2008, and then this came out in 2011 or so. So the timeline, we've been playing chronological order, but the actual release timeline is like all messed up. It'll be interesting to see how that like, not retcons a little bit, but what they were doing before they made this game to like maybe add context. I'm not sure, but I need to go. I need to be up early tomorrow. Thank you all so much.